Yeah. What's up? We are live. How's it going, everybody? How you doing? How's everybody out there doing in their respective boxes? Everyone having a good time? Yeah, I'm happy to see y'all. Happy to be back with this sweet, sweet adventure. We're going to continue our playthrough of the two-headed serpent-ish, two-headed serpent adjacent adventure. Kind of taking some creative liberties. We're
We've gone off road.
Rails.
where we're
Where
going.
we're going, we don't need roads.
There it is. There it is. Um, this is a good like guidelines, all right, like guidelines, but good content. I'm very excited to continue this sweet adventure. So we're here with Live from the Apocalypse. This game's gonna keep going until, well, a grand finale. But while we're doing that, we're raising money for the Surfrider Foundation. It's one of the two charities that we're supporting. The stream supports Surfrider, so if you have money you want to donate to the cause, it's a good one, right? It's about ocean conservation. It's about legislation to make sure we don't have microplastics in our water. It's about making sure that just environmental safety and cleanliness is upheld. And that comes in a lot of different forms and factors. But the bottom line is it requires money and, well, dedication. So that's why we picked it, and that's why we're raising money for it. If can't donate because that's a holiday season or just whatever, that's fine too. Hanging out, throwing the channel a like and a follow, jumping in the Discord and interacting with the community, because we believe in building the community from the ground up is also a huge way to just get involved and do things. There's a ton of cool projects out there, and it's always nice to have more people who just want to throw themselves at doing fun things that support good causes, right? And also just hanging out. So with that said, anybody have anything on their brains before we jump into it?
I'm curious about like which direction we're going, and like there. So for those of you like following us, obviously we've run into a lot of very scary or just sketchy people, and they all seem to want to help, and they all seem like the worst choice. But I'm afraid we're just going to continue to see them, just like the mob boss.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe you're just gonna come with me and hang out with me. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like a great idea. But if I have a sneaky suspicion we're gonna have to deal with him anyway. So
I love how we jumped in with both feet with the spooky snake priestess from a couple thousand years ago, and you're like, yeah, she seems great, but this mob boss, he's a
I
sketchy
It's
character.
real sketchy.
I love Snake Mom. She seems to know what's up.
She's like Snake Cool Ants. Yes.
Yeah, she's the
White
cool
Mom.
aunt. She has spooky secrets that she's sharing with us. But now we might not even be able to trust her because I forget exactly why. Quentin, I believe, had a shoe note, not a footnote that that
You're a
basically
monster.
implicates.
It's accurate. I just like that it became a term.
It started here, baby.
Just gain 1,000 XP. That's incredible.
Anyway, footnote that implicated that she was also a baddie. I mean, big surprise, but
Mm-hmm. She was
and then I
definitely,
guess go ahead.
she's definitely acting sus for sure.
Yeah.
In her intentions and research. But
My last thought is we have the lad with the lamp, the guy who lives in mirrors and just wants to give you gifts. I feel like he has a really good offer, and I'm being the person to say that.
he made a great pitch, which was, I don't know, everything else seems kind of scary and supernatural. At least I'm less scary and supernatural.
We're human, he said.
Yeah. So, you got a lot of
Anyway.
options on the table for sure. And I think we're going to start to explore some of those as we go forward. So, yeah, when we last left our heroes, they managed to rescue their handler, Quentin, from a rather bad situation. Oh, no. A double alert. That's pure madness. Okay, that might have been a set of mistake of mine. Did anybody else see that happen?
Yes.
Yeah.
uh, oh, audio's not playing, so it doesn't count. I heard the audio, so we'll get that one going, right? There's a clip from Brendan Lee Mulligan in one of his games, just because it's fun, right? Jesus Christ. That threw me so hard now. Alright, composure's good. So
Quentin came back to us.
yeah, there's a plot somewhere in this book, I think. I haven't read it yet, so who the hell knows. No, so you all managed to rescue Quentin from a rather bad situation at the Medham estate, fighting Medham's bodyguard / personal assistant, Canning, who put up a rather tough fight. You all managed to get out and get everything settled. And now you're just kind of hanging out in Brooklyn. You've taken over an abandoned warehouse. You managed to find a good amount of just stuff that happened to be left here as you've kind of settled in and trying to figure out what to do next. And I know on the table you were debating who you wanted to talk to in terms of getting additional support. So the way I want to kind of work that and also save myself some stress, right, is say you can send your various friends to other locations. So you can send people to go talk to the Open Mind group. You can send them to go talk to the Vanguard Club, to the mob, etc., to effectively bring you back resources that you can use later, right? Or to coordinate efforts. The other reason I'm saying this is because there are so many NPCs with you all right now.
Yeah.
And for
You gotta thin the herd.
For my sanity, please, I beg you, like let's try to keep it to like 1 to 2 going with you to future encounters, because there are more of them in those encounters, and it'll be a mess for me. Yeah, you have Saoirse, Tyrannish, Spencer, Brooks, and Quentin with you.
Yeah,
right now.
we have 4. Yep.
Yep.
So,
what if we sent them all on an errand?
Some sort of
well,
quest,
we talked last time about Vanguard for certain with Spencer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and he's more than happy to do that. He is an active member of the Vanguard Club and will go and sing your praises.
Okay.
We were also thinking of the Open Mind group.
Yeah.
And I think the doctor was going to talk to them about that.
That's right.
Because Vanguard, great. They will kick in the door and they will be super hype about everything. But they won't really plan because of kicking in the door. Whereas the Open Mind group is a lot more organized, a lot more thoughtful, less firepower. Maybe more divination stuff, maybe softer power stuff.
Bigger library, smaller arsenal.
Yeah.
For sure. Which books are weapons? If you follow the David Tennant Time Lord approach.
I was gonna say. I was like, could we get the whole quote or no?
I couldn't remember it, which is why I was like.
Okay. So you're in a library surrounded by books, the best weapons there are, I think.
There we are. Yeah, that sounds right.
A deep cut, to be fair. That was like many years ago.
The time's wibbly wobbly. It was like 1 or 2
Don't make me feel old.
years ago.
Yeah.
But the two big the other things you guys need to think about in terms of action is not just who to send where and who to talk to, because that'll be a quicker thing. But now thinking outside New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know for a fact that Caduceus was messing around with something in Bingham, Alabama, because Tyrannish told you that Dr. Goncalves played some sort of radio message for her that almost did a weird mind control attempt on her. And she was able to resist it and called him on it, which is what caused that whole kerfuffle and her having to basically peace out in a very violent way. Right? But she was able to confirm, like, yeah, I don't know what they were doing, but it seems like they were taking that stuff to a place called Bingham, Alabama to do something. The other option on the table is you have...
Iceland, right?
Yeah, you have basically a pin dropped on a grid by your friend Rose, who said, yo, if you want a job, come hang out, I guess. And that pin is very much in Iceland, so...
Can we call her a friend? Can we?
She doesn't actively try to kill you.
But she
This is the bar we're reaching for, ladies and gentlemen.
she is leading possibly the Order of the Living Knight. Sorry, what is
the
it?
Inner Knight.
Inner
Inner
Knight.
Night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Outer Inner Knight. I think.
Yes. She is allegedly the head of the Inner Knight, which is a group devoted to an entity called Shithaga that is basically a being of pure darkness that lives in the deep bowels of the earth and does scary stuff. You had a couple we had some information about Shithaga on some of the pamphlets that Caduceus shared with you in that initial briefing, and all of it looked like some dark, scary, world-ending stuff. That said, they could have also been lying to you.
Yeah, it's kind of awful.
So, a lot of
And they,
crossroads.
yeah, but at the same time, we definitely know that the Inner Knight poisoned the village.
Yes.
They did.
So,
They did, in fact, do that. They poisoned a well.
mm,
Killed a lot of people.
a lot of people. Um,
So, I guess
Yeah.
let's put this in character, right? We'll reset the scene and figure out what to do next. As we kind of did a quick refresher. If there's anything else that people are unclear about, let me know. It's been a month since we played, and I know there's a lot going on in this plot. As I said before, all the characters have been introduced now. It's just a matter of figuring out what the hell to do with it all. This big bundle of madness. You don't have to solve every problem. You literally can't.
But we want to. This group really wants to.
So you're in this warehouse that you kind of broke a window, reached in, grabbed around the handle, right? Got in that one night, set that wood stove in the office up, got it burning, found some extra clothes, some supplies, and got comfy as you were basically on your way back from the Medum estate. Right, trying to lick your wounds and recover and plan what to do next. So you had some sleep. It's the next morning. The sun's kind of coming up. Like I said, you're on the tip of Brooklyn. You can see, I believe it's the Hudson River, kind of nearby. You can hear the sounds of cars and just the city itself starting to wake up in this more industrial area as machines are starting to turn on and people are starting to go to work in the mornings. And here you are in this kind of colder, echoey, damp warehouse right off the river, trying to plan your next move. Everyone's kind of sitting around on impromptu chairs, boxes, just some people on the floor itself. Tyrannish is got a couple coats that she's slapped together and just bundled up in.
So we made her a nest, didn't we?
Yeah, she's definitely hovering by the stove.
okay, is she still drunk from all the wine I gave her?
She's starting to come around at this point.
Okay, so we can't really talk about it.
We have now introduced her to Hangover.
Yeah. If you still, if you still want to have that conversation, yeah, you've got time, right? But she'll be sober when it's narrative time for her to be involved. But if you want to talk shit about her, you can be like, oh, what a lightweight.
All right, so a way forward. What y'all thinking?
I think that Alabama has a promising, direction for us because one, there's a signal that we can actually track. Right, they're transmitting from it. Two, we know roughly who's there. Right, Rose, Medum's daughter, and some, allies of hers. We understand a little bit about the technology they're using with he sort of waves the broken tablet around, whatever this is, but at least we've got a handle on it versus, some, portal technology or what have you from portal magic from the snake people or God knows what else. So I like the idea of trying to find, who knows, maybe even allies there.
We need help. If we think that Rose is in Alabama, and not Iceland, then
I'll clarify. The last invite from Rose was Iceland.
Okay.
The Alabama
Iceland.
lead was something that Tyrannus mentioned that Caduceus was messing around with radio signals.
Oh,
there.
okay. Okay, I conflated the two. Apologies.
It's
A lot
okay.
of threads here.
Yeah, a lot going on. Basically, if you want to look at location-wise, you have Iceland, Alabama, or option C, which is stay around the city and do something I'm not expecting. But those are the two clear-cut options ahead of you. Take it away.
So we have the strange mind control signal that Tyrannus experienced coming from Alabama. At least it's closer than Iceland. That is something indeed. I think
is it
From New York?
closer?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's about a 4-hour flight either way, really.
It's each one's a red line travel distance. I don't know.
That's when the music kicks in and the little
Exactly.
plane goes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Saddle up, get on the red line.
All travel feels the same in this world. It's crazy.
All right. So I'm all in favor of that.
We have. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no. You go ahead, dear.
I think we need allies here, but I think we can have. And like she's gonna kind of like get clandestine about it for those who aren't as embedded. Seek those connections, and kind of like glance like surreptitiously at like Quentin, Spencer. The like I don't know if Wendy necessarily considers Saoirse to be like, embedded, but like if we want to gather a more powerful ally, or though, and not that we know for certain that Rose is the best way forward, but at least there's power there. I certainly couldn't say it's a safe option, but
and they have been at odds with us, and that may simply be the lass doesn't like her father and knows a little bit more about him than we do. That said, her snake people, they did poison the village, and they did make it very, very difficult for us in 2 different trips that we've been on. But I mean, if Saoirse, Quentin, Spencer, if any of you would stay and maybe speak to the Open Mind group and the Vanguard group, I mean, that would be helpful.
Spencer speaks up and says, I've got no issue going and talking to the Vanguard group. Honestly, the lads are bored out of their mind. I'm sure we could rustle up some enthusiasm for some action, right? And Quentin says, "Well, I do think that it's important we make sure matters in Alabama are attended to, but also there are many people still that are unaccounted for who work for Caduceus, as whether or not they are still there under duress or simply do not understand the gravity of the situation. And I think the best work I can do right now is to pull as many people who are still good, honest, and decent people out of that situation so that they can help us more. First thoughts go to Mr. Shekels, but there's plenty others out there who, at the very least, merit a check-in." And Saoirse says, I don't mind going to talk to the Open Mind group. We went to one of their parties. It seemed very nice.
And we had visited the 2 of us with I'm going to forget their names. The heads of the group, the most mystically inclined.
Oh yes, the couple.
They're in the Discord. That's why I have all these notes, and I'm like, oh jeez, where are you? Whoever gets to it first gets another 1,000 XP.
Ah,
Wow.
That's Bolivia. Evelyn is not that. Not Evelyn.
Rudy and Tamara
God damn it. Fine.
I was so close.
Matthews.
I was actually reading the flavor text for Open Mind Group in the organization thing. I was in the wrong spot. Oh well.
Do I level up? Is that how that works? I'm gonna get
Oh.
myself
You do.
Rudy
I think that
Matthews.
just means the next
Got
boss fight is harder.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Like we need that. Yeah, that's a great idea, Saoirse. I also don't want you getting into any more harm. I feel terrible that we've drug you into this. Well, I keep on dragging you into these situations of sorts.
She just gives you like a very steady look and just says, if anyone's to blame, well, I'll say it's me for not following our parents' advice, you know. It gives you like a very goofy grin, like, yeah, that's, you know, a lady of my type, working, they'd be appalled. And then she like looks over at Spencer's, on the company I keep.
Keep him around.
Kind of pats his arm affectionately, smiles at her.
Sorry, there's suddenly like hella loud Christmas music coming from somewhere.
Oh no.
Is it carolers?
You all right?
What's about to...
Ghost.
It's the ghost of Christmas past.
The Carol of the
I don't
Hells one
think
shot
so.
is just about to spill into this encounter now.
Because it's like the rockabilly Santa Claus is coming to town.
Oh.
So.
Is it like a Bluetooth speaker that's connected that shouldn't be?
No, because it's like coming from outside my house.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Pretty
okay.
sure.
Well,
I mean, it
It's
still
just
could be
that
that.
loud.
Roll
Christmas
for
music
initiative.
is coming
Yeah,
from
right.
outside the house.
It's combat music. You have to fight somebody with a trombone.
aggressive
right.
carolers.
Ugh. Jerks. Okay, yeah, if you guys want to go to Iceland, let's go to Iceland. Why not? It's winter themed.
Alabama.
I
God
recognize.
damn it!
You always flip a coin.
Cecil like holds your shoulder and kind of squeezes it. Alabama, okay with you, sir?
Fine, it's warmer.
It's true.
Okay, then I also apparently lost the like. We want to make contact with Rose. Yes.
I'm not so sure. I thought we were going after radio signals, the one that Tyrannish was exposed to and might be mind controlling folks.
If you could please just keep it down. Just, I hear that you've summoned me, but you are all incredibly loud. Your voices
Wendy's gonna like
boom through my head.
pour some of the like camp coffee we've made into like whatever like chipped broken mug was already in the like office and like just put it near her. Like
Is that
It's
more
fine.
wine?
no, it's coffee.
Will help.
Just like
Opposite chemical effect.
it's very good. Thank you.
Um,
And-
if we want allies and a powerful enough one to go against Medum, Alabama might help us to release some people who would be helpful, but is not Rose. I understand that we don't necessarily want to. We might just be having to oppose her second, but
If this will help as a like DM narrative breakdown, right? As you're looking at like the grid, the map, and like the quest locations on there. If you highlight Iceland, it is potential ally / new encounter. If you highlight Alabama, it is foil Caduceus's plans, right? because you can clearly tell they're testing things out there for what, or learn more about what they are doing. So that'll give you a little more of a direction, so that you're not as like, yeah. So just guessing as to what you were doing.
Okay. Might also buy us some goodwill with Rose if we foil Caduceus' plans.
Are we ready to completely foil Caduceus? Because I suppose we are.
I don't see why not. He has done, Medham's done a number of terrible things, and as Quentin said, we still have good and uninitiated, not clued in folk who are working for Caduceus. But Shekels, he is
Which is, if we encounter one of them in the field, Shekel's unlikely, but others, and we're opposed, we won't necessarily have time for a long, friendly chat.
Let me take care of that when it comes to it.
Andy tried really hard not to smile when you said that, so I'm gonna I'm gonna take that as a little bit of a sign. But Kelly will kind of chime in and say, "Sorry, I can see your face." Kelly will chime in and just kind of say, "Man, I don't know. We've seen some pretty weird shit coming around, but are we ready for what we think is in Alabama?"
Oh, I don't really think we're ready for either of these.
That's fair.
Tyrannish. Sorry, Tyrannish.
Yes.
What, in your opinion, do you think we might expect in Alabama, considering the strange radio waves they tried to assault you with? And would you like to help?
I like this dice roller. This is fun. She takes a second and just... I believe that Medham is going to use... At the end of the day, he wants power, and in order to get that, he's going to need people. I think, based on what he is doing, he's going to try to build himself a force that can be just powerful, almost impossible to reckon with, or at the very least controlled by him, to do his bidding. In terms of going with you, I can attempt to aid you in various ways, I think, on a spiritual level. And you see her like eyes flash that weird purple magic that she usually has. And you know what she's talking about, Cecil. You've spoken to her in that kind of dream state before, where she's been able to give you direction and guidance and a little bit of like power through that connection. And the rest of the group, you all feel this as well, like a warm tingling sensation kind of like flows through you, and it is followed by like an odd electrical hum that just goes boom and then fades out real quick, and you feel all a little more in tune and connected. She says,
Tyrannish, if you could keep the lad off our backs while we get this done, that would be extremely helpful.
He this is the creature that I have described to you on our chat on the boat, on the way back here for the first time.
She nods, says, I think I can keep his attention. And if you need aid, simply focus and reach out. And I should be able to help you with the knowledge I have. I am wary of getting closer to a source of this signal and the effects it may have on my free thoughts.
Is there anything we can do to protect our own minds? Wax in the ears or something like that. Cotton?
Tinfoil hats.
You say foil hat?
Yeah, she said oil hat.
I didn't say it out loud.
Smash cut up to a scene of all of our characters busting out of a car.
I think that's the bit right there.
On my
Oh
wizard
my
hat.
god, yes.
Oh, I have one of those. Where did I put it?
Are we all just getting hats? Is that the? So.
Yep.
Oh,
Time for
holy
wizard
cow.
hats.
Wizard hat. I
I
don't
have
have
a cat
wizard
in my
hat.
lap. I can't move.
Oh no.
Well, you're not a caster.
Oh, there.
Either I cast my fist.
Yeah.
Us fist
Yeah.
casting.
This
Sorry.
is a
It's like mage hand,
spellcaster.
but
This
worse.
is very serious.
Yeah.
Very serious campaign.
Mage fist.
Not because I haven't tidied up since Halloween. Not at all.
It's not that I keep that within arm's reach at all times.
It definitely
Very
isn't
beautiful.
normally up there. Yeah.
Doesn't everyone just have like a cool hat locked and loaded, ready to go? Is that
Right.
not a thing? Mine unfortunately is in the other room with Heather, but as a top hat
Oh well.
from Honey Heist.
That's the best one.
Oh shit!
You remember?
That's
do.
very cool.
I do.
Hello, Witch King.
Is that like, did the Burger King become a goth? What?
No, if he
No.
became like a Sauron lid.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was
there-
like,
I see now. It's
Yeah.
Sauron's lid. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. The Sauron accessory from the lid store, 100%.
Beautiful.
Alright,
Beautiful.
at an arm's reach. Any kind of defenses.
She says, the magic I've put on all of you, I think will help in terms of keeping one another stable, right? You'll be able to sense disruptions in each other, that this
force.
spirit and mind and that kind of perspective. Outside of that, being aware and looking for it is a huge part of it. Mental magic is most dangerous when people are not even aware it's being performed.
That's
So-
true.
Mechanically speaking, what you can do is, this is difficult, but you can roll power and burn MP to effectively ping other people to see like what they are doing. This requires focus. So if you take a minute, basically relax, you can almost radio to other people, right? And check in. I cannot stress this enough. This is very difficult to do in a high stress situation. It's more for like a moment where you have like a cup of tea and you can just check in with someone, but you have the ability to monitor a little better now.
Last thing that I think I should share with all of you. And he kind of like has like a furtive kind of like glance at his twin. I was visited last night in my dreams by the lad. And of course, I have not been affected. Didn't go anywhere, obviously. I'm still here, so I didn't wander off. But he did make, obviously, another offer. He says, as far as, oh, that's beautiful. Radiant.
Radiant.
Quiet clinking of it against your headset.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
He did say that he wants to save the world as well. I do believe that. I do. I mean, but he obviously does want power over people. He wants folks' souls, and he wants to bring them inspiration and power while he basically burns them out and consumes them. He said of all of the different groups, he's the best choice, obviously. But he said it's because he's the most human, and he's
Not wrong.
ostensibly from here. But I made a mistake. I accidentally said one of your names. Oliver, I have a feeling he may try to make contact with you. Don't take any deal that he offers you.
Noted. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know how to make the warning any more gravity than I already have, but it's
We've met.
changed me for the worst.
I understand.
Tyranish, were I to be sucked back into his embrace, so to speak, would pinging me, as the others might be able to do now with your help, would that show a disturbance?
I believe it would, although I'm not as familiar with his type of magic and influence.
Hmm. Very good.
We'll keep an eye on you, Cecil. Don't worry.
I appreciate it. Worst comes to worst, you can always tie my shoelaces together when I go to bed. So, Sersha has seen some success with that. He kind of like shows like a small scar on his forehead, and then like moves his hair across it again.
Try to be serious, and then I definitely just hide the smile on that one. Like,
Mhm.
yeah. So with that,
Right. So,
Alabama.
airport?
Yes.
train.
Break.
But yeah, so with that, one by one, you start to gather up your stuff. People have a plan now, and they exit the warehouse. You take your time, right? Waiting for opportune moments, kind of leaving one or two at a time. Wait an hour, and let some other people go, just so you're not not followed or spied on, right? And I think the three of you the four of you break it up, loop around, then end up meeting at the train station, and hop on the train and start your travels. Um, does anybody? I'll do this. For anybody who is homesick, right, and wants to potentially check on friends and family, you have a couple hours before the train departs, and as you circle by the house, this is just noticeable, and unless you do anything else, this is just a quick narrative. As you get close, you immediately realize that like there are people watching your families, right? It's this you knew this before. This is the people that um, that Frank DeLuca said he would put up, right, for watching your family. It's Caduceus security, but now it has a more ominous kind of tone to it. But you can, Kelly, you go by the apartment. You can see your mom, some of your siblings up in the window. You catch one running inside, and they look fine, but it would be risky for you to get any closer than like half a block out. Even when you swing by the gym, you can see Wade and a couple of the boys inside, but from across the street, there are people watching the gym too, right? They've clearly ID'd them as people who are watching your house. Now they're all watching each other in this crazy, machination scheme that you've all set up. Wendy's the same way. You go back and try to go to the restaurant or the laundromat, and all of it's very casually but clearly being watched by Caduceus.
Yeah. If she can, Wendy's gonna take someone who's like walking with an obvious like laundry to be dropped off, and is gonna like stop them and put a note in Chinese in the pocket, just of like, I'm fine, I'll be back, like, away for work. Don't tell dad, like kind of a thing. And
100%.
yeah.
Yeah, random. I think the random person, like, is someone you've met in the neighborhood before, is more than happy to like.
Yeah, like, oh, like, it's your Wednesday order, like,
yeah,
oh, got tomato soup on his tie again, silly Mr. Yeah, you got to stop serving it on Monday nights, ma'am.
Yeah, and that parcel goes to your aunt, and hopefully that eases her stress a bit, right?
Yeah.
But one by one, you kind of trickle your way into the train station, gear up, and roll out on your way to Bigham, Alabama. Now, I have a question for the group. Do we want to take an early break here and dive right into the Alabama scenario, or do you want to just start and then find a good place to take it? I mean, we can also take multiple breaks, but does anybody want to break now? That's the question.
Bama.
Maybe do like 2 minutes.
Sure.
Beverage check. I can get this package off my porch. The carolers seem to have gone away, which is good.
Yay.
Excellent. Yeah, let's take a quick 5, and then we will go to Alabama.
All right.
Be right back, y'all. Or out.
Crunchitize me, Captain.
Crunchitize me, Captain, indeed.
That would be funny.
We're back
All
into it.
Joe.
Yeah, it was brought up, I think, in one of the Discord messages. If you're not seeing any of the CCs stuff that's usually on the screen, it's because we are working something that's going to put a CC box in every single person's little window. Will pulled it off in Nephilim. It looks really good, so we're going to do that. The long story short on all that is we changed a bunch of audio stuff, which makes audio a hell of a lot better, but the old CC version doesn't work now. So ebb and flow, give and take, etc., etc. Hopefully by the next time we stream, we'll have something a little more fanciful up and running. So, apologies to not having it this time. We will, of course, come up with some cool stuff. But we do have a dice roller, which is fun.
Yeah.
You roll dice on screen. That's
Woo.
neat, right? So, things progress for the better, I guess.
We're adding features.
Adding features. That's us.
I
We're
love
constantly
features.
improving, right? Of course, every time there are features, there are bugs. But the party boards the train, right, in New York, and you manage to get out. Actually, this is a great question. I would love... I would like the group to make a stealth check, please. As you are getting out of town.
Okay. All right.
Right.
That's
There's gonna be all your ducking and weaving on the way to the train station, just to see, just for funsies, right? Oh no.
Okay.
Those dice definitely rolled. They definitely didn't come on screen. Okay, so Kelly got a 55.
Oh!
21. There we go.
Yay.
Cool.
Okay. That barely passes.
Cool. Was that a pass for Kelly or a fail?
That's a fail.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, but I don't have it, so I'm actually going to
okay.
burn 5 luck to say it's a pass.
Okay. Got it. Cool. Go ahead, Cecil.
I'm gonna try. That is, and this is under what, stealth?
Yeah.
Not great. Nope, I failed.
Okay. Cool. Just as you're all moving through town and, getting close to things that could potentially be bad. Okay. You all get on the train, right? And you roll out. Red line travel takes over. It was all the United States and bing, 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 all the way across. Yes, but our theme music is not the Indiana Jones fanfare. It's slightly different. It has an extra beat, right? I took this theme music advice from Vanilla Ice, so that our music is 100% different. It goes da 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 da. It's slightly different.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, you end up stopping. Your second to last stop is at Oklahoma City. It's the large kind of hub that you see most people get off at, right? And as you go to continue on your journey to Bingham, Alabama, it's just the four of you on the train at this point, right? This is a very, very small station, right? As you look around, you realize you're going further and further from big city to rural town, right? And as you get out there and you get to the train station, right? Disembark. You can see the sign that says, welcome to Bingham at the train stop. Look around. This is a literal Dust Bowl town, right? As you do a little bit of information gathering on the way, there's about 750 people in this town, right? It is not a huge place. So when even knowing all this going in, it still is like, what the hell? Where is everybody and where is everything? Because compared to the hustle and bustle of New York, There are a couple things here. It is bright. It is just endlessly windy, right? And it is dusty. Every couple, like, it's not terrible, but there's definitely like just that moment of a bad gust of wind blowing that debris into your face. You see a literal tumbleweed go by, because that's just what life is right now in 1933 in this time, in this place. So that is what you are greeted with as you step off the train, right?
Wendy's gonna have like been, while the four of us were the only ones on the train, have been like moving to a different seat every 5 minutes just because she can. And then when we like get off and have this like windiness, she's gonna like find a way to like scarf wrap everything around her head. Like, this is awful. Hi. I don't like this.
I can't say that I don't. I thought I'd seen some of the brightest places, and this is just everything is washed out. I'm gonna have to replace my hat after this. I wonder if they have a hat store.
So as you're kind of looking around from the train station, next door you can see the telegraph and post office station, right, which tends to be pretty common next to whatever major transport hub is at the time. You're at the time, right? Again, the one in New York by Grand Central is constantly busy. You look over at this, and there's like a single wooden door on like, it looks like a broom closet of an office at this point, but it's clearly labeled telegraph and post office station.
So nobody unloading cargo or anything off the train as we disembark?
Not at the moment. As you hang out for a little bit, you can see further back there are there's some livestock being like unloaded and pulled off. There's some just various supplies and boxes being pulled off from the cargo section, but it takes a minute. The response is not, again, immediate. We're on we're not on city time. From the platform, you can also see a saloon, literally called that, as you look a little ways down the street. It's an older looking building, but it is it's in desperate need of a paint job, and some of the just like paint pieces are literally starting to peel off the front, but it's called the Deerhead Saloon. Looks like they probably have some food and some drinks. And the other thing you can see from the train station is the Bingham Hotel, which is a large, basically 3-story house that looks like more like a modern cozy Airbnb than an actual New York hotel would look. Right, but you can see signs that say vacancy.
Right then. Are we traveling under aliases? Kind of exciting. Or do we just use our regular names? Knowing that there likely are some caduceus people out here.
Probably smart to give a fake name. Couldn't hurt.
We can try it.
I'm going to ask this out of character. If you give a fake name, please let it be your name. Right?
Sure.
This is a thing where I love fake names. I love doing that. Like, use your like IRL name as your fake name so that I can I can track who the hell is who. Because oh my god. It happens in Delta Green all the time. We're like, Agent Johnson, Rockstar, FBI, and I'm like, please don't do this to me.
Burt Macklin. Yeah.
But cool, yeah, I'm all on board.
That's good, because I was like, what's a name that sounds like Wendy that isn't? And the only thing I was coming up with was Windy, and that's not a good one. Because I am not a Christmas elf.
What's the state of this place? Alright, so settle in, Neil. reconnaissance?
Sounds good to me.
The only places for information being saloon and maybe telegraph? I mean, they'd have gossip, right? Or potentially be able to broadcast. Should we look and see if there's any like weirdnesses with wires? Would any of us even know?
Roll spot hidden.
Okay. I can do that. Yeah, that's a no. It's a 97. So
It's a good thought, Wendy. As you like look around, like, oh yeah, wires and stuff, and you just start trying to figure out like what could be an antenna, what could be a weather vane, you would need to go into these places, or at least get someone with like more experience to start looking for that kind of stuff.
If I go in, rather than trying to determine this from like the stuff that's sticking out of the side next to the train station, could I use my mechanical skill?
Yeah, I'll say yeah. If you can get in there and actually like, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Wendy's gonna kind of like look at Cecil and be like, would you mind fielding some of the social stuff? And I want to take a look on the inside at their wires.
Oh, yeah, no trouble whatsoever. Yes, lead the way.
Okay.
I suppose I'll lead the way. He just kind of starts striding to the office. Is there anybody in there?
Yeah. So I'm going to be doing a bit of flipping back and forth during this scenario. There's a lot going on, but it's a slightly different pace, right? As I'm getting you all set up in this lovely place. So there's a bit of a lag. It's me flipping through and making sure I have all the stuff for you that you need. Right.
Okay. And it's the Telegraph and also the post office, not the Telegraph and the Journal. They're separate.
Yep, Telegraph and post office.
Okay. Because Telegraph being... cat. Okay. Telegraph. Actual Telegraph, not Telegraph newspaper. Journal is newspaper. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Wendy's going to, like, pull some paper out of, like, I don't know, whatever, like, scrap that she had and kind of fold it so that it looks like it should be going into an envelope. Yeah.
Cool. You do open up the door to the Telegraph and post office. A little bell dings, and you can see it's a scrunched little office with a couple areas where you can like write letters, have stuff stamped, all these different pre-mailing procedures. And then there, behind the counter is a younger gentleman with like big, thick, circular glasses, like cute little like tuft of just jet black hair, kind of flopped over to the side. Tall, kind of lean looking, very pale considering the amount of sunlight that's out here, and just turns and looks at you and says, "Oh, well, afternoon. How's it going? Welcome to the Telegraph Post Office. How can I help you? You new and off the train?"
Cecil nods, and he says, good afternoon.
He's got
Joseph.
a little name placard on the counter in front of him that says Gregory S.
Hello there, Gregory. My name is Joseph, and I just wanted to know, get a lay of the land, understand exactly. What kind of services do you offer here, and what would the going rate be, and also, what is your favorite meal that we can get here? Because a lot of us are quite hungry indeed.
Well,
if you want, we can roll charm.
Yeah, go for it. You're distracting, I assume, as well. So go ahead. Wendy, you can roll with advantage, assuming Cecil is successful.
Yes.
Okay.
I
I also feel like Wendy has been struck a little bit of like, oh, like
Yeah, he cute though.
he cute, yeah.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 1 because I roll with advantage.
Damn. Yep. Okay, that'll do
Frickin'.
it.
Yes. All right, good.
Very good roll.
Yeah, Wendy will like shake herself a little bit, like, right, I came in here for a reason, and like give like an awkward like smile and like little like half wave, and then like,
What is your?
I would like to check out Stam, and like walk to that side to see if we can get closer to like wires and things.
I think with a 1, he just immediately proposes marriage, Wendy.
Yeah, I'm not the one that rolled charm.
Well, this was actually very, very funny. So you get in there, you make an entrance. Like we know Cecil likes to dress to the nines, right? As you come in,
and Wendy has like wrapped her scarf around herself so she doesn't avoid the train station. So I look like some sort of leper like at the moment, but I am like pink the whole length of my face. It's fine.
He gives you a once over just because Cecil, just because like he is not used to seeing new people for starters, and like you are the definition of like iconic city folk with your just crazy in style dress and all these things, and he just takes a second and looks at you. He's like, yeah, we have all sorts of services here, sir. We got of course we can easily get some telegraphs out. If you need one sent out today, we can send one out free of charge. I know it's your first day in town, so that's not a problem at all.
Free of charge, kind of you.
I'm trying. We don't get a lot of new visitors to the town, so we try to keep things friendly. Although recently been a bit of an uptick, which is I guess nice. Depend on who you ask, but yeah, I'd say. If you want to get something good from the Deerhead Saloon, honestly, best thing they've got there, chicken.
Chicken.
Mm-hmm.
How is it prepared exactly?
I
want all of the details.
Made fresh, and he starts going into like his favorite thing to order, right? And is more than happy to talk to you, and then asks you some questions about like, so what exactly like that's a cool outfit, and having a great dialogue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Wendy, and roll with advantage on your mechanical engineering?
It's mechanical repair.
Thank you. So many games, so many similar skills. That's a 3. Good God.
I don't know if I need to roll again, but I'll roll again.
If you roll it again and get below 5, I'll tell you something really cool.
No.
Still good.
That was a 53.
But
I rolled a 3 the first time, which is exciting because that's an extraordinary success.
Yeah. Mark those successes.
Yes. Okay.
You go in.
Yeah. Both of those are successes. It's just only one extraordinary.
You go into the post office. You're watching this conversation. You notice a couple things right away. You notice
He's dreamy.
He is dreamy. You notice that Gregory is wearing a wedding band.
Nah. Why must you kill my dreams? Okay.
I think that's what gets you back to like, okay, I'm gonna continue the investigation. Damn it.
Yeah, it's fine. Right, Alabama. Right.
All the good men are taken.
We're
getting too close to reality here. Back game.
Out of the chat too. All the good ones are married.
Thank you
for your support. Count.
The subscription GIF works, and it is terrible, and I love it. If anybody else just experienced that, you're welcome. That was Will and I having a bad idea, and it came to life, and it's great. Anyway, moving forward, you look around. You can see, the desk is neatly organized. You can see some wires running around behind the desk itself, right? Nothing in the customer area.
Also, like, he's got I'm assuming, like, the little, like, Morse tapper, and that's got its own wire.
Yeah, like, those are all supposed to be there. You're looking for, like, I assume, weirder shit. So you start seeing, like, a series of wires that are not connected to anything that you can see initially. running along the baseline of the floor and the wall behind the desk, and they lead into a back room area. And then there's a door with a big lock on it. What you can tell from your mechanical engineering experience is they're definitely not telegraph wires. They are probably some sort of audio wires or audio equipment, but the tech is wrong, if that makes sense. Like, you've never seen anything that would actually account for what these wires should be, but they look like audio and they look new. Like top of the line, cutting edge, maybe next gen, as they lead back into this locked door that says employees only. All right.
Wendy might like she might just like make a pratfall and like take out a pocket knife and cut one.
They're behind the counter.
Oh,
You'd
drat.
have to,
okay.
Go on the other side where Gregory
I'd have
is.
to make a particularly dramatic fake fall. Well, the like. I mean, that being said, I'm like, oh, good, Joseph. There's like scorpion on the ground over there. Stamp it.
Oh,
and
good gracious! And like he's just like,
Cat.
he looks at you to be like,
and I'm
"Are
like pointedly look at the weird wires. Like,
okay,
over there. You get a lot of those here. That's. You should really look into bringing in a chicken. I hear that actually is the best way to take care of scorpions in like that, because like chickens that you don't feed with like corn feed will eat and scratch at things, and the stuff that they pick up like bugs and then the scorpion, they eat those. And if you bring in a chicken here, it will help you get rid of those, but you'd have to make sure it has access to that room, because that scorpion just went right under the door.
Gregory. Oh, I just saw he like takes Gregory's head and points it to. Do you see? And like points at like he's just like it's just right underneath the door, sir. What are you gonna do about that?
He like gently like removes your hands. It's just like, all right. Look, I understand that you all may be new to life out here, but like they happen out here. They're just.
Oh no, they're delicious.
Right.
Yeah.
Cecil was wondering if he was supposed to be creating an opening for Wendy.
But you weren't supposed to point him towards the door. I want to cut the wire.
Oh, okay.
I'll be very clear. At this point, like, you would have to literally hop the customer service desk to cut this wire. And I feel there are clandestine ways to do that. I don't think you can do that while he is in this like very sad maximum 5-person space, right?
Okay.
You'd have to find a way to like get him out to make that less noticeable.
Also, Wendy has fast talk, but player does not.
It's like the equivalent of maxing sneak in Skyrim, and like you just crouch and suddenly you're hidden, and like he will see you. But you can totally do it. You just have to find a way to. He's not around or lure him out.
Well, if you manage to catch a few, like pepper and fry them, and they're great. Probably would flavor the chicken too. We'll try that though at the saloon.
If you don't mind me asking, what does bring y'all to town? Are you with the group here to see the Reverend?
We were actually quite curious about that. I know that you said that uptick in folks coming in, and we've been. I mean, everybody here has heard about the Reverend. Says laughing and looking at Wendy and. I mean, but can you tell me a little bit more about him? What is he like in person?
He's all people can talk about recently, and well, quite frankly, I think his popularity is good for the town.
Mm-hmm.
And you roll a very high charm. So he says between between you and me,
Yeah, the creepy girl around the corner. Yes.
Sorry. Is it the mental image of the scene is great. Between you and me, something's changed with Reverend recently, and I think that's why he's getting so much popularity. But it just doesn't seem right. And if you're here to see him, I'll let you be your own judge. But so much the same what they used to be, even if they're bringing in more people.
And
Would
would
would you
you
say
like
that
to?
that he's popular because of the change, or that the change has made him popular as someone who would has spiritual goals and would like to make sure that they are sacred and things.
I think his
Has the popularity changed the good reverend, or has the change inspired the popularity in the reverend? Yes.
I think his sermons have caused a little bit of a popularity influx. At the end of the day, we're all here in the same town, right? So we gotta make do with what is. But I prefer my sermons not to feel like a spectacle or a show. And I feel ever since he came back from his trip, he's just been. Well, I'll leave you to judge that. What messages did you want to send? I need to get those out for you.
And well, let me actually write it down. I probably preemptively came in thinking about the service. Really should contact my family, but let me write it out, and I'll get back to you about that. Because I feel like my stomach's probably calling, and I should probably answer that call.
Wendy's going to hand him like the
completely.
folded up train menu that has like an address really poorly scrawled on the front for somewhere in New York that like clearly is not where like an address on like Fifth Avenue, and it's just like the folded menu of the club car of the train, but it like kind of looks like an envelope. Like, very yes, please treat this with all care, and then she'll like put like a nickel on it and walk away. Yes.
Well, welcome to Bingham.
Thank you so much, Gregory. We'll be seeing more of you, aye?
I'll be here. So, and then you head outside. So yeah, you do know for a fact those whatever audio or wired thing he has in there is new, different, and definitely intriguing. But you'd have to find a way to
So-
get that in there.
Did you get the sense that he might be, because there some of those wires were not telegraph, not phone wire, like they're not connected into a switchboard, some kind of audio technology, but it went back behind the locked door. Do you think? Did you get the sense that he's in on the broadcast portion of things, or maybe that?
I feel I didn't notice. I mean, anything special about the wires. I trust your judgment on that.
Definitely not for anything that they need to run a
not
post
even
office and telegraph.
not even a radio.
No, newfangled. Not what you would use for anything. Certainly that would be in this town.
I'll take your word for it.
I'm gonna like.
He seemed disenchanted with the Reverend. I'm curious to go to one of his spectacles at this point, but it sounds like he made a trip right before, and that's where the change took place.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I have a
But
feeling
it resulted in popularity. So
I mean, who knows? Maybe he got some special magic from Medum or something like that.
how do you think they they attract visitors. And I'm gonna like look back up to like the top of the telegraph office for like the, you know, antenna, etc. Like,
there's actually a radio antenna there. Now that you've had a chance to like look at the wiring and get close, yeah.
yeah. I wonder if he broadcasts. Like maybe he has a show on.
That might be it.
30s slang for radio that I'm forgetting right on the box, the tunes box, the thing.
The wireless.
Thank you. Yes.
I
It's
can't
the
see why
tunes
not.
box now.
And Dianish did say that whatever they were playing for her was coming over the radio, and it seemed she fought off some kind of effect from it.
Like Lucille
wonder-
Ball getting a broadcast in her fillings.
I told you, tinfoil
Dad.
hats.
Um,
We're not prepared.
Let's tell the rest of the group.
I wonder if the Reverend knows, or if it's just a side effect. Like maybe he's benefiting from it, but that it wasn't intentional.
The only question is thrall or collaborator.
So yes, the wires are suspicious, but apparently the chicken is good.
Let's try the chicken.
All right, so you head over to the Deer Head Saloon.
Yes.
All right. Like I said, building in desperate need of a paint job. Paint peeling off the front of it. As you go inside, this is a wild transformation from the bright, harsh sunlight and the dust to just kind of a low-lit, very rustic, very, hunting lodge design, right? There's a literal full-sized grizzly bear in the corner on its hind legs, stuffed, right, in like a kind of pose. There's a bunch of hunting and fishing trophies all over the walls, right? And there's a couple people who are in there. You'd probably say half a dozen people who are in there. A couple having a drink, couple just having some food. And as you walk in,
What time is it roughly?
around noon, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
As you walk in, you can see the gentleman behind the bar, which also doubles as the grill. Kind of just bald head, big mustache, right? Just large, very, very hairy forearms. Looks at all you and goes, "Well, hey, newcomers, what can I get you? Have a seat anywhere."
Thanks much. Chicken all around, I think. We hear it's good. And Oliver like visibly brightens as he walks into this hunting lodge. He like sees all of the like taxidermied animals and fish and things, and it's just like a little bit kid in a candy shop.
It's really well done. It's great work.
Yeah, no, he'll like walk over to like, oh my God, this must have scored 200 points with Boone and Crockett. Like looking at some deer on the wall, be like, did you bag this? That's amazing. I've never seen a buck like that.
Yeah, got that on a hunting trip back in 29, maybe 30. So
That, for 1929, is a beauty of a deer. My hat's off to you.
So, what's your name, stranger?
Oh, call me Billy.
Billy? Nice to meet you. Maurice. Hey, grab a seat. So,
Wendy is going to take a look at what he's grilling on the grill, because this is probably like the first time outside of like Chinatown stuff she's had the option for eating something that is like just chicken. So like if they've got like
fried chicken,
duck or whatever, this is going to be kind of cool.
Yeah, he's making basically pan fried chicken, and it is.
Okay.
He does it like clockwork. Like he just starts, pulling out the ingredients. He just throws everything in the pan, starts like adding a variety of different spices and things he's pulling out from cabinets. All the meanwhile, turning back and talking to you guys in between. Putting some waters out. Asks, as you want anything stronger, or you just want the water for now. I know it can be a little hot around here, even though it's not even summertime yet.
Oh, sweet tea.
Nice. So,
You mean tea?
Yeah, yes. I mean tea. I mean tea the way that you drink it.
So, it's tea, you know. There, I do have some stuff in the ice box that will cost a little extra, just because
Nice.
yeah. But no problem.
Cocks his head. Like, oh, yes, that makes perfect sense. In that
Hey,
case,
they were just
throw a little bit of ice in the finest whiskey you got.
Done. Slides whiskey and the rocks across the bar. Right. He cooks up this chicken, puts it out, gets you all your drinks. The rest of the people in the bar, you see like a table with two people that look like they're talking. You catch, look like they're talking business. You catch the occasional things about like lumber company shipment, etc., right? But it doesn't seem like anything really interesting. There's another person at the far end of the bar who's just swaying on a stool a bit. He may be drunk, he may be tired, who the hell knows, but he's there when you got there, and might as well be there. Will probably still be there when you leave. But Maurice says, "So, what brings you out of town? Don't get well, I guess recently, but you don't usually get a lot of visitors here in Bingham."
Well, Maurice, we're on, I suppose you could call it a pilgrimage. We perhaps not in the traditional sense, but we've heard tell of the Reverend here who apparently has quite a knack for sermonizing, and we thought we'd come here for ourselves.
And of course, we heard about it the same way everybody seems to be hearing about it. You know, he lets him fill in the blank.
Whoever, this can be a group check if you like, but roll psychology when you talk about we're here on
I can do that.
a pilgrimage, right?
My psychology.
Oof.
They sort of suck.
Oh. Apparently that was some strong whiskey.
Oh,
There we go.
that's a success. That's but like exactly. My psychology is 14. Okay.
Nailed
I love it.
Mark
Yes.
that box.
I am marking that box. All right. Y'all saw it. Okay.
I don't think I need that one.
Actually got some skill points in psychology. Yay.
You all feel this. Vicky or Wendy, I'll give you a little more, but you all feel Maurice's vibe kind of change when you say, we're here for like a pilgrimage, if you will, right? He's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, good luck to you on that. Wendy, you notice when that's brought up, the two people behind you all at the table that were talking about the lumberyard shipments, all that kind of stuff, have stopped talking and are now staring at all of you.
I'm gonna like tap like Oliver's like elbow just a little bit and kind of like look over at the other people. Like, yeah, we're here as a church group, all the way from Boston, in the yard.
Maurice is like, that sounds like Boston to me.
And
But he cocks his head and says, listen, y'all seem like nice folk, so I'm gonna do you a solid and say that if you're here to mess with the Reverend, if you're here to talk with him, if you're here to go on a pilgrimage with him, don't.
Is it?
He and I don't exactly see eye to eye to begin with. He's not a fan of, my establishment. He gestures towards the bar, part of the restaurant. So he's had some things to say about my line of work for quite some time, which
Big prohibitionist, was he?
very much so. very much still is, despite everything, you know, going back to, in my opinion, the right way. He thinks that, well, all the devil's nectar or what have you should be gone, which not great when you're considering that's my livelihood and employment. But the
Speaking of which, I'll have a beer
clunk,
just to try and rebuild some goodwill.
yeah,
Cecil ordered whiskey already.
It's all like
yeah.
when he says,
He smiles a bit when you say that and like pours you out a beer. The two at the table behind you are, they're wearing like workman clothes, suspenders. They kind of got their jackets off and like hats off to the side. But they both look over you and go, "Well, hey, look, seriously, Maurice knows what he's talking about, right? We had a guy, George Henson, worked on our, we worked with the lumber mill here in town, right? Or lumber company before things got weird and it was getting a little harder to do work. Had a kid named George working for us, and he had a real problem with his back. Some equipment fell on him, right? And Reverend did something, and he's walking around now again, which is great. But I think one hesitates, and the other one kind of picks up and says, but his wife, Peggy, keeps saying that he ain't right. He hasn't been the same since. Sleeping in weird places in the house, under beds and corners. Won't. He's just not acting right ever since.
Would you say he grew? I don't mean to pry, but since you offered, meeker for the experience, that he might have seen something?
The two of them look at each other and the shrug. Don't know about all that, but he's not the first person that's been taken to the Reverend because of a personal crisis or an injury who hasn't come out quite right on the other side. And Maurice nods. He's like, yeah, so fair warning. You're all adults. You're all going to do what you're going to do, but you seem like a nice group. He points at Oliver. Good eye for hunting, so I figured give you the lay of the land before you go further in, right?
I greatly appreciate the context.
yes, much appreciated.
Roll
Wendy has
psychology
finished
and
the
to see
entire
if I
thing
can
of,
detect
sweet tea
anything.
and is like licking the glass. Yeah, go ahead.
20? That's pretty good.
Yeah. So I'm rolling psychology here just to see if there's anything anywhere that it sounds like I can press in either their tone or maybe a little bit about George, and sort of see what if. Look, I've got some experience in treating guys who got shell shocked and so forth during the war, so I'm not sure if it would be of help to George, but I would imagine you don't have too much in the way of VA or a charity hospital here in Bingham. Not a physician, but I've got some background in it. Figured I could offer. Just because the wound has healed doesn't necessarily mean the mind has, right? We all knew guys who came back messed up. Again, I'm sort of sizing up and seeing if they're the right age for this to work, but
They're definitely a little older, so you're talking to the right age group for sure. They kind of look at each other and kind of talk quietly, and they're like,
I know it's a big ask coming for somebody you just met.
where are you staying?
We figure we'll go down to the hotel.
All right. be happy to run the idea by George and see what he thinks. Right?
No
And
pressure
once
at
you do
all.
that, we'd be more than happy to put something together. And they seem genuine. They don't, it doesn't sound like a blow off, right? They just don't want to have you barge in on this dude, apparently.
Yeah,
But,
totally.
yeah.
Cool.
So Marge says, "So, how's the chicken?"
Absolutely delicious.
It's so good I could lick my fingers.
Feel free
You're
to.
allowed to. You're allowed to if you like.
Can't take you anywhere.
And
When you go over, if you're gonna stay at the Bingham Hotel, you know, tell Rosemary hi. Right, we're friends, right? Nice lady.
Sure thing. Thanks for lunch.
Anytime. Slide to the.
But yeah, I don't know. Just pull out like a gold eagle and put it on the.
Yeah, much appreciated. You're covered, right? Yeah, you're welcome to hang as long as you like. But he goes, a couple more customers come in. He starts talking to them. He's like, "Hey, how's it going? How's your day?"
Mhm.
A couple people he knows kind of shoot the shit. But where to now?
okay.
Did we go to the hotel and see if we can find a wireless that picks up the local stations?
What do you think, Murphy?
I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, or somebody's bound to know where the actual church is too. If we wanted to mosey around, or ask when services are, or
Experience these little towns. It won't be hard to find.
I'm wondering how many of the folks. It seems like everybody who's been from here and who's lived here prior to the Reverend's awakening experience when he traveled off and came back with his newfangled healing
still didn't talk
abilities.
about where he went, did we?
We should have asked. Well, we could ask probably Rosemary, but yeah, seems like everybody who's a local doesn't seem to like him.
Or at least not the change. Um,
Oh, but that
Well,
seems like,
Maurice used to didn't like him too.
well, I mean,
yeah, prohibition. That has been a while. Yep.
but even the Sora, what's his name? Yeah, Gregory didn't seem to take a kind liking to the change that has come over him. So I'm wondering if the people who are actually going to the services are all, new folks.
I wonder if there'll be anyone at like the hotel restaurant that is from out of town. We can ask what brought them here, or see what kind of folk are traveling in.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
All right, so you head over to the Bingham Hotel, right? It's that nice 3-story building you could see from the train station. Not too far, right? Got that sign up that says some accommodation on 2 little eye hooks. Sorry, vacancy on 2 little eye hooks. That could easily be a no could easily be added to it. But right now it seems to be open. And as you head in, it is you walk inside to like a nice little cozy foyer area with a bunch of couches and a little front desk, and everything you notice is incredibly neat and tidy in this place. Like Maurice ran a tight ship, and it was a nice and clean bar, despite the outside looking kind of crappy. Like he maintained the inside very well. This place is spotless considering the dust. Right, it is very well kept. And as you run inside, Sorry. As you walk casually inside. I'm so used to the high octane, and this is such a like pace change of a scenario, which I enjoy. You see, there's a woman who's just sweeping out the main hallway area. She turns. She's an older lady with like dark hair with some streaks of gray in it, kind of tied back, very carefully, right, in a nice prim and proper dress and skirt combination, or blouse and skirt combination, right, with a little like cross at the collar. Turns, says, "Ah, well, welcome. Afternoon. Come on in." She like finishes sweeping and puts the broom up to the side. Says, "Are you looking for a place to stay, all four of you?" "Oh no, dear, you gotta speak up. I'm having a hard time hearing you."
Sorry about that. I was using my inside voice. That seems to be what we were looking for. Perhaps 4 rooms.
Yeah, we do. You want four separate rooms? She runs over and like looks at the logbook real quick.
Oh yes, connected. If that isn't too much of a trouble.
Well, where the heck is my logbook? Delbert, where's my book? It goes here. You keep the logbook here. How many times do I have to tell you? And then from the other room, you can actually smell this cloud of pipe smoke, right? Kind of wafting in even before Delbert walks in. And he's just, an older gentleman with like a scraggly gray beard, kind of thinning gray hair, suspenders, and jeans. He says, "I told you I needed something to prop up the table so I could get it fixed. So it's under the table right now. You want me to grab it for you, Rose?" She says, "Yes, I need to sign in the new guests." "Oh, hey, yeah, welcome to the Bingham Hotel."
No trouble. Thank you. Maurice told us to say hello to.
"Oh, well, good. I'm glad he's doing well. I'm Delbert. This is my wife, Rosemary. So yeah, let me go get that book for you real quick." And you hear like he walks off. You hear the scratching of the table moving, the thunk as it kind of lands on an odd angle. Comes back and hands you the book, and she like takes it, gives him a look, like that's not where those things go, and pecks him on the cheek anyway. It's like, "Okay, get out of here. I'll take care of the business."
I'm pretty good with fixing things. If you would like me to look at that table for you, ma'am.
"Oh, that would be great." Delbert says, don't even worry yourself about it. I've got it handled." Like takes another puff of his pipe and then walks off into the other room. And she smiles and is like, "He's been saying that for weeks now. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to look at that table."
Instead of having to call someone in, if I can't fix it, well, no harm, no foul. But be happy to look at it.
If you're able to fix the table, I'm sure we could work out something for the rent. For how long do you plan to stay? A night or two, or are you staying longer than that?
Doesn't bother me. Our plans are flexible.
Okay.
At the moment.
No, absolutely. More than happy to make something with that work. She starts flipping through the book real quick. You can see that there are 2 other people currently staying here on the second floor. But she flips the page too quickly for you to like get names or anything. But they're logged in, and she says, "I can put all of you on the 3rd floor. There's 4 rooms up there. It's a little cramped, but you'll all be on the same floor and kind of have access to each other. Does that work?"
Oh, that'd be lovely. Thank you, Rosemary.
Lovely. Do you have any bags? I know that Delbert can help you carry those up there if you need it.
Oh,
I feel like Wendy's gonna like gesture
Delbert.
vaguely at Cecil's bags.
Cecil has as many bags as you would let him conceivably bring on this trip.
that we had.
Necessary.
Given our situation.
Yeah.
We have a preponderance of luggage.
I mean, we came right from the warehouse, so I imagine we do actually have like awkward looking bags. But yeah.
Maybe.
We
He found a
bundled the other
way.
way.
Oh well, and we came from. Would we have any bags with us?
I mean, you hit Oklahoma City. There's a couple large cities you hit on.
Oh,
the way
yeah,
there,
okay,
So you
yeah.
can go
Yeah.
shopping.
There we go.
Um,
Suddenly, all of my clothing is made out of calico.
Right. And Delbert comes back in like a woof of that pipe smoke, and it's just like, all right, let's do it. And like, so it starts like one by one lugging these travel trunks up the stairs. You can just hear like the thunk, thunk, like every single step as he proceeds to just take your stuff upstairs. And so as that's happening, Rosemary's like, so do you mind if I ask what brings you to Bingham?
Bird watching.
I am
Ah,
a bit
okay.
of a folklorist myself, and I am always curious about the connection between local folklore and actual history, and that's always been interesting. I've always found interesting the things that people talk about in history, the ghost stories and what have you, and how that might actually link up to proper things that happened in here. Anything, do you have any local legends or, has anything unusual happened here?
Oh, honey, you should meet the Reverend. He is a living local legend, as far as I'm concerned. So he's. You want to talk about folklore and all that stuff? I don't know if that's real or make believe, but I can tell you for a fact, like, oh man, old Harry Mathewson, he was just the poor man was blind as a bat, and then the next thing you know, Reverend helps him out. Now he can see clear as day. Go ask him yourself. He spends most of the time down at the barbershop.
That's very surprising.
Yeah, he's done so much good for this town, helping all these people. Because there are things that doctors can do, but the Reverend has taken it to something even more powerful and more magical. So,
Magical, you say?
well, I guess spiritual would be the better word. And she like touches the little cross that's on her collar.
Have you, has he cured you or your husband of any ailments you might have?
Oh no. We go to church, and like just being in the presence of the Reverend is more than enough to do me good for the week. I'm gonna rephrase that because I hear it and she doesn't. Just being in the presence of the Reverend is more than enough to just give me the energy I need to get through the week, and just, well, I'll be honest, Delbert and I don't really have any ailments that would be worthy of the Reverend's like time or priority at this point, right? There are other people who need way more help than us. I mean, Delbert's got some issues with the stairs, and my hearing's okay, but Harry was basically blind. Yeah, that poor kid down at the lumber mill. What's his name? George or Jeff? He broke his spine, and now he's up walking again.
Truly wondrous. Were you here for any of these miracles?
No, I can't say that I was. He with stuff like that, he prefers to have smaller and private ceremonies. But see the results. We hear from the families. Everyone's happy about it.
What a kind man. Well, I'm very interested. I don't know about any of you.
Oh,
I mean, how could I not want to meet somebody straight out of the Book of John?
I can tell you where the church is, and she gives you like incredibly good directions. And she pulls like a little map and actually kind of gives you that rundown of like where most of the things are in town, right? So that list I sent you is a little more viable, right?
A little thing of pamphlets up on the counter. Yeah.
So,
kayaking trip. Here you go.
Here's the railway station.
Bird
Here's
watching.
the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
And things get crazy. Here's the department store. There's the lumber yard, which they have.
Rare Bayou ducks. Yes.
Et cetera, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
When are services?
He usually does one every Sunday, and sometimes if the mood strikes him, he'll let the town know, and he'll do something.
And is there Bible study or groups from of the people of the town that we could participate in if we wanted to?
We hold one here on Wednesdays, if you'd like. But...
And I'm sure that there's a copy of the good book in the drawer upstairs. If I did
one in every room.
Thank you.
In the background, you just hear. I think that's the last of them.
Gilbert, you might as well have. Wait, nope, never mind. I don't want to make that reference.
Well,
Sisyphus himself couldn't do better.
Well, you're all settled in. Yeah, like I said, welcome.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna go sit down.
Miss Rosemary, Mrs. whatever your last name is.
Adams,
yes.
Miss Adams, and she hands each of you an actual key to your door that she pulls off the like a little hook behind the counter.
Thank you so much.
So,
yes.
But yeah, you go upstairs, you get settled in, right? As you hit the landing on the second floor, you see a ball come bouncing down the hallway. Followed by a very enthusiastic, "Don't let it go down the stairs!" And you kind of go up these zigzagging stairs, right? They, back and forth, and you get to the top of the landing, and you see a small kid, probably like 8, 10 maybe, running down the hallway after this baseball. You just hear like clunking down the hallway as he's chasing after it. Like, grab it real quick.
I want to grab it.
Cool.
Should I roll?
No, you snatched it up real quick.
Okay.
Kelly's got some pretty
I
good.
was gonna say, like, Kelly on this one doesn't have to roll. Wendy would roll.
Maybe.
Kelly does not.
You've uppercutted Shogun, so I think you're good for catching
It's
baseballs.
true. Okay, fair.
So, and yeah, this young kid is just like looks up, and keeps looking up at Kelly. He's like, "Holy cow! Thanks, mister."
Be careful next time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I didn't know anybody else was in here. My dad did say not to play ball in the hallway, but he's asleep and I'm bored. So
That's all right. I won't tell him. What's your
much
name, kid?
appreciated. Me? My name's Lloyd.
Hey, Lloyd. Yeah, be more careful.
Yeah. What's his name? What the fuck is his name? Notes everywhere. They've all got names. Yeah, I'm Lloyd. Cool, thanks. Hey, you want to play catch?
I look around to see if anyone else has noticed I'm missing.
I mean, if he was yelling for us to catch the ball, I feel like his dad's gonna be up pretty soon. But
yeah, I'll play catch with
I feel
him.
like I just walk right past you guys and go up to my room.
That makes sense.
yeah, when Wendy was like baseball, and now we're
Yeah, Cecil kind of like nods to Kelly and he's like, "Have fun," and like goes up. I have outfits to lay out for, so.
Yeah, I'll play catch with him for a little bit.
Yeah, he's just happy to hang out with somebody. You said did Wendy stay or no? I'm sorry, I missed
No, I actually I kind of want to see if she can crawl up to the roof and check out the antennas up there.
Dope. Okay.
No. Okay.
Yeah. So Oliver, Cecil,
we're on the third floor.
Y'all head upstairs. You all get basically settled into a small 1-bedroom, cute little place, right? It's got literally a bed, a bookshelf, a desk side table, a dresser, a little mirror. It's also got a small bathroom attached to the side, in a small bathroom closet, basically, and washroom area. But it's nice. It's cozy. It's very clean. It smells delightful, right? Like it's recently been laundered and everything has been taken care of. And has a nice homey feel about it as you kind of walk in and get settled in like the comfy bed. It sags in like just the right places where even like an old lumpy mattress that's been on here is still just like comfortable and broken in and not terrible, right? It's nice. Down the hallway, yeah, Kelly and Lloyd, you guys are just chucking this baseball back and forth, having a good time. And he's like, so, are you here because of the radio too? Throws.
You know, I'm just kind of tagging along. I heard we were here for bird watching.
Oh, that sounds real
this
cool.
Radio stuff. That sounds way cooler than this, bird watching trip.
No. Like, he throws the ball back to you. Like, radio's boring. There's some guy just keeps talking and, like, he keeps saying a whole bunch of stuff, big words. And my dad's so into it. He just up and left. Like, now we're here. And I don't know. Like, he took me out of school and I'd rather go see some birds. You know?
Well, that seems pretty serious. What are some of these big words he's saying? I mean, I know you're not that interested, but now I'm curious. I'll tell you about some birds we see if you tell me about this.
Okay, yes, that's a cool deal. He keeps saying things like ascension. Is that the? It's one of those things he talks about, like big group stuff and how people have to come together, and all of it's about God, which my dad never really was into all that, and then, well, it kind of gets quiet. Now things are just like different, so I don't know. I'd rather just go see some birds and play baseball.
That's fair. Well, hey, maybe there's a baseball field around here. Maybe we could get a group together, play some quick ball.
Oh, that'd be great. I haven't seen like any other kids. It's just me and him right now. So, but
is there anyone else in your family?
No, my mom. Well, my dad said she went to a better place, but I know what that means. So, yeah, it's
I'm sorry,
us.
kid. All right.
Back.
Well, hey, listen. If you ever need help, or if you don't ever want to go to that church thing, you either come and find me, or you go up to this front desk guy. What was the front desk guy's name?
Delbert.
Albert.
Delbert.
Is he still around? Is Delbert like in the room?
No, but you can like smell his pipe smoke from downstairs.
Okay.
Like that is literally his like heralding.
We're Delbert here. We'll help you out.
Yeah, Mr. Adams seems nice. He got a little upset at me for throwing the baseball in the house earlier, but he looked like he was busy, so I know I shouldn't have done it, but okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. I'll throw the ball back to him and just say, okay, I gotta go catch up and maybe see some birds, but you stay safe out there, Lloyd.
Okay, thanks. Nice to meet you. And as you're heading down the hallway, you hear like the door crack, and you hear a voice just be like, "Lloyd, who are you talking to? Hey, come here. Get back in here. You're not supposed to be playing ball in the hallway." And the door closes. All right, so you're all settled in.
Wendy wants to climb on the roof and see if she can check out whether or not things are weird in the broadcast tennis stuff is or. And I'm assuming like they wouldn't have wireless room, but there's probably one downstairs, like lobby restaurant-y bitty bit.
You did notice you did notice a radio downstairs in like the sitting area. One thing I would have mentioned as well, Rosemary would have given you like the quick tour of like the downstairs is like the free roaming area basically. You're just not allowed in the back of the house. That's their place, but the lounge and kitchen is basically yours. She makes dinner, lunch and dinner. So everything else is on you to take care of. Right. So yeah, go ahead and climb.
Yeah. Okay.
This one will require a roll because there is the possibility you just fall 3 stories.
Yep. Yeah, I should have looked at that first, actually, because my climb is not great. Okay, let's see how we do.
We're doing it live.
Get into your room,
Yep.
kind of like walk
Okay.
across the lumpy mattress, throw open the window. 3 stories is pretty high up. You're now realizing.
All right, so that is a fail.
All right.
But, yeah.
I think you open the window. You can see like there is an antenna on this building. You can kind of see it further up on the roof as you cock your head out like this, and then you start to like look for a good handhold and realize that all of them are sketchy at best. And you get like one handhold, get a foot out, get part of your body out the window, and you're like, you know what? No. I'm not gonna do it. I can't. It's too high up. And kind of retreat back inside. Maybe an assist or a rope or something would make that a little easier, but climbing the building freehand just seems like way too sketchy at this point.
Kelly, are you up here yet? I'm gonna like duck my head out of the door into the hallway.
Who said that?
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah.
Can you, like, if I wanted to go up on the roof, could you like give me a boost up to so I can grab onto the gutter and pull up?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Just don't fall. You know?
Yes. Yes.
Very cool.
All right.
Yeah, Murphy, go ahead and give me a strength roll, please. Okay. And then, Wendy, what is your climb? Is it 20?
It's 20. Yeah.
Holy crap!
I just throw you.
Yeah, there's no climbing involved. Like, you kind of, Wendy, you got to lean out the window a bit, and Murphy just, like, dangles you down and then yeets you up onto the roof.
Good luck getting back down there.
Yeah, I'll catch you.
Yeah, it's a little scary, but like you land solidly. You're on like a little slanted roof pitch, right?
Great. We can hear Delbert be like, "Is that damn cat again?"
Hey, stop throwing that ball up there.
Right.
He starts coming up the stairs.
Defenestration of Bingham. I love it.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
you're up. You can feel like that dusty wind kind of whipping about up here. It's hot on the roof. Holy shit, it's hot. Like if it wasn't warm before, like this is it's gross.
Is it a tin roof? No. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so she's gonna like move along enough that I can get close to like their antenna setup, and like if there's like a telephone wire going into the house, like I want to take a look at what's like specifically being wired into the hotel, and then just because I'm at enough of a vantage point, like check out where like the power lines are going along this like street or stretch of actual town because it can't be that big with only 750 people anyway.
No, it's not big at all.
Yeah,
there are 3 main streets in this town. One of them is literally called Main Street. So anyway.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll.
What would you, for that, could I do spot hidden, maybe?
That'd be mechanical repair. Or,
yeah, okay. Yeah, rock on. Mechanical repair. I'm not arguing with that one. Let's do that one. Yes, that one. Okay.
You're looking at a very specific thing. It would technically be electrical repair, but I mean...
that is a success. Regular success.
Okay. As you look around, you notice, like, okay, this town's wired for electricity, right? It's wired for have telephone lines. It's wired to have that, wireless radio antennas at this point. The thing that is weird from your vantage point as you look around, is you realize that the way all the wiring is set in this town, there's a shitload of power, for lack of a better description, going to both the church, which you can ID now because it's big old steeple in the distance, right? Like that is clearly a church, right? There are a lot of lines running to the church, and there are a lot of lines running to the telegraph office. Way more than any normal building would need, even to broadcast radio and have power and have any type of telephone activity. Right? or telegraph activity. So that is incredibly alerting.
Yeah, okay. That's purposeful.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So while I'm up here, other than checking out, obviously, the like avian denizens of the neighborhood, we'll make a couple of like the since I'm up
Really
high
into
enough
bird
to see
watching.
what's going on, the like what shit can I watch while I'm up here? Like what neighborhood gossip can we who's stepping out on the missus and heading in through like who has a pie on the window? What
This is a good one. I'd like you to roll luck, please.
Okay.
I believe your luck is ludicrously high, like in the 80s.
My luck is ludicrously high, but that doesn't mean that I can't fail. Okay.
Damn.
No, that's still a success.
Oh no!
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
even better. Like y'all knock these rolls out of the park. Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. That's a 7, not a 70. Never mind. Yes, definitely. Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely
Beautiful.
pass. That's an extraordinary. Take
Cool.
that. Okay.
You see two things. Number one, you see a gentleman walking down a main road, which you could probably guess is Main Street, right? It is an actual like car-sized road with lots of space to actually do work and activities, as opposed to some of the like paths between houses. You could probably fit a car down there, but like it was not the original intent. You see a black vehicle that just says Bingham Sheriff on the side of it, kind of cruising down Main Street. Stop. You see a gentleman get out wearing like a literal cowboy hat, right? And an official-looking attire. Just pop out and head into what you ID as a department store, right? Butler's department store. Does not seem to notice you. The other thing you see,
Nobody ever looks up. It's fine.
right, is at the church, you start to hear music playing from what seems to be a speaker system that's been set up there, right? You start hearing this like very soothing gospel music come on and start growing louder and louder, and you see a figure in just dark slacks and a white button up. Dark slacks and a dark button up with collar. Walk outside and just stand in front of the church where there's like a little bit of a communal area where people could gather, and people start to one by one like poke their heads out windows and like doors, and some congregate.
Point of order. He's
Yeah.
wearing a Roman collar in Alabama.
So, if I have this correctly, which I want to make sure I look at the. Give me 1 second to make sure that's correct.
That's interesting.
I take that back. He is wearing dark slacks and a white button-up, no collar, with the kind of sleeves rolled back on his button on his shirt, sleeves rolled up. Good catch, thank you. A lot of characters in this one. No Roman collar. But yeah, so that's what you see, and the rest of you inside, you can start to hear that music faintly from outside, faintly kind of echoing through the town.
Oliver, you hear that, don't you?
Sort of bang on the wall. Yeah.
All right, just making sure. No auditory illusions. Cecil opens the window to see if he can like pinpoint where it's coming from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look outside, look around, and like kind of cock your head, and see, boom, that is a church. Like, ID the steeple, and you're like, that's most likely the source of this music. Yeah.
Damn, that's a church.
Damn! That steeple real
Thank
thick.
you, Will. I've been wanting to do that the whole time.
People goes all the way up.
Damn, you see those bells on that thing?
Oh, ding, ding, ding.
We shouldn't objectify churches. That is right.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway, moving on.
The slated roof, anyway. So, Oliver, you fancy going to church?
I suppose I've got a sin or two that could be scoured away.
He kind of like chuckles and he like kind of like knocks politely on Kelly's door. Hey, Kelly, do you want to see how church works out here?
I have a feeling I'm not gonna like it, but let's go.
Knocks
Let's
on
keep-
Wendy's door.
Let's keep the comments about heresy to a minimum, guys.
Oh,
It's fine.
okay.
No, it's
In the chat.
no. I mean, between us, the three
Oh.
Catholics,
Yeah.
going to this, God knows what snake handling nonsense.
Oh,
No, we've been doing a fair bit of snake handling in the the past
Fair.
3 weeks.
And Northern Irish, so. But yes, much
Fair.
understood. So,
All right. You all, I'm trying to pull up one quick thing.
well, we're looking. I'm looking for Wendy.
There you go.
At a certain point, she's gonna be like trying to like hang upside down from the top and be like,
So I think you're able to like
No.
kind of hang and then like
Yeah.
drop into Murphy's arms out the window, and it'll pull you
I
back
gotcha.
in. Right? It's good bonding experience. Murphy is strong, but like it's another thing to be like literally caught and carried by him.
Cradled in my arms.
Yeah, it's very reassuring. Murphy is buff.
Soft, comforting muscles of Murphy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy muscles of Murphy.
Ooh,
That's it.
that's
Change.
we
change
just
the
talked about
fisticuffs to
blasphemy.
Just that now.
We hadn't had one in a while. I figured we were.
haven't-
That's good. So, as people start to convene in the town square, you realize there's about like maybe 150 people start to gather up, right? There's a sizable crowd as you work your way there. You can see that Rosemary's already beaten you there. She's like run out the door, and Delbert was still there when you left. But she ran out and was already in the crowd with people as this was kicking off. Right. A couple of people give you looks because you're new faces. They don't recognize you. But for the most part, the attention is towards the Reverend, who is standing up on like the steps in front of the church. And next to him is a woman in a dark dress with dark hair and dark eyes, right? And in between the two of them is a large basket. You all recognize this woman as Evelyn Halls.
Oh, the woman who kind of like got us together initially.
At the open mind group.
Yep,
Did she have dark eyes then?
she did.
So
Green eyes,
So,
right? Green eyes?
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
by description off.
Dark green eyes, I guess. But
I
Yes,
I
sorry.
just looked at this page because I was looking for Matthews.
Dark green
Oh.
eyes. You're correct.
Okay. Oh, okay. So they have not changed.
No, her eyes are
Okay.
still the same.
Damn. Okay.
Good catch though. So,
That's right. We take notes.
yeah, she initially got you all together at the behest of Caduceus because she was contracted to do a job for them to help facilitate some other things that they were working on. So she's there.
Mm-mm.
you, I think, spot her way before she spots any of you. She's kind of up on these steps. There's a lot of people in the crowd.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I mean, like, prior to falling down, I'm going to assume that, like, I spotted her. Like, snake person, do you think?
I
Think
don't.
snake person. No?
I don't think so. Although the first time, and like Cecil like moves behind the girl. Like he's pretty tall. He's strapping, but he moves behind like this big man with an even bigger hat, and so he slides into his silhouette.
Camouflage.
And
Nailed it.
cat camouflage. I'm sorry, country camouflage. So and he says, but I think I don't know if I told you this, but when Wendy, you and I came into the room the first time, like we properly met, I think I gave you a drink. We I spotted her from a mile away. She held a lot of personal power, just kind of undulating around her, in exclusion to like almost everybody else in the room. She's talented, the way that the professor and I are. And he's just like, everybody else see her.
Mhm. Yeah. Wendy does not need to try to stand behind someone.
That is her default state.
Excuse me.
I don't think Murphy can hide.
No.
Murphy is definitely a difficult individual to just like hide in a crowd.
Are we near pews?
So this is all outside the church. So
Okay.
people have kind of congregated in like a large semicircle outside around the steps of the church, where the Reverend Evelyn and this basket are sitting about midway up. So you're far enough back in the crowd, you could try to blend. I think you were about a head taller than most people.
Yeah.
If you'd like to go ahead and roll stealth with advantage, you do have the fact that she's not expecting you. There's a lot of people. You can like find other stuff to kind of duck down and watch if you're wanting to like remain casual.
How big is the basket? Is it like a communion basket kind of a thing, or like is it like a laundry basket? Like
1 second. I assume that was a success with the 20.
So I'm gonna burn a few luck to make it a success.
Okay.
It's like 3 off. So
Yeah, you managed to blend in with the crowd, kind of keep moving and catch a few places where you're not readily seen. I'm not gonna make the rest of the group go. I think I'll count that as like the communal. Like if Murphy isn't seen, the rest of the group can kind of blend as well. All right.
If Murphy can blend in.
Yeah.
that's fair. I'm not a stealthy man.
The basket itself looks like one of those baskets from the Indiana Jones market scene. A little shorter, but it's about like 3.5 feet tall. Nice weaved basket with a little.
There's snakes in the goddamn basket, aren't there?
Why did it have to be snakes? Why did it have to be snakes? Oh my god!
I was hoping for a nice armadillo.
I love it every time because it's like
we all get leprosy from southern speed bumps. All right.
It's such a fun bit because it's like something happened. It's like, oh yeah, it's snakes. It's always snakes. Some person rips off their face. Oh my god, they're a snake. Wait, we knew this. We knew this. Fuck. But the crowd gathers. Is there anything you do as this music is kind of playing? It's reaching a bit of a crescendo, if you will, and you know it's going to come to an end soon. And Evelyn is standing there, kind of has her arms crossed. She's just like looking out at the crowd. The Reverend has his hand kind of out like this, just outstretched. His eyes closed. Looks like he's kind of letting this music wash over him, and has not moved from this like open-armed, gestured pose towards the rest of the people who have stopped about 20 feet away from these stairs and left like a respectable space.
How did they look? Like, if we look around, they're like, are they enraptured? Are they?
There's as you kind of get the vibe of the crowd. Most of the people out here are very into this music. They're swaying with it. Some of the people are just happy to be out here. Like Rosemary comes out and she just like touches a little cross on her collar and makes a couple like, oh, praise the Lord gestures, right? people are doing different things, but they all seem enthusiastic. So there's no like uniform trance swaying that you pick up on, which I assume you're looking for, right? Nothing like that. But everyone seems to be happy about this.
I'm gonna look and try and see, and maybe this is at a disadvantage, but does anybody have like literally like just cotton balls in their ears or something that makes it seem like they're trying not to receive the signal?
Yeah, dog, roll spot hidden.
Yeah. Dang.
Did you roll a 2? Holy shit. There is a...
Oliver spots all of the hidden things and their wallet. Yeah. That guy's only carrying a $20 bill.
I find a watch that I lost like 2 years ago.
It's been in this pocket the whole time. God. There are a couple people you pick out in the crowd that do seem to have like cotton in their ears or have done something to or just look upset about this situation, right? As you kind of come through the groups, there's like one there. The two that you notice look like a maybe daughter and father combo, who's there with looks like the wife as well, right? And it seems like the wife is just enraptured by this music, and the daughter and the father are just kind of have taken a step back and are standing like almost stark still with their arms crossed and looking like with smiles on their face, but their body language just kind of screams, "I'd love to be anywhere else right now." And the young girl that is there seems to have some look like cloth or something stuffed into her ears as well. And you feel like you could probably find them again based on like looking at them and noting their descriptions, which I will give you right now.
You can just throw it in the chat if you want.
This one's good actually. So, the girl has short hair, dressed in trousers, and it's kind of has like a tomboyish look to her, right? You almost think it's a young boy until you like look again and you're like, oh no, wait, that is definitely a woman. But she has just very short cropped hair, wearing trousers and suspenders, and very very similar to her dad is just wearing work clothes, but she's the main one that you kind of take note of and go, I could definitely find that person again.
Cecil is going to like reach out kind of sensorily and see if he kind of he knows the kind of like weird aura that Evelyn Hall has. He's looking for anything else kind of spectacular. So
cool. Yeah, roll power.
Yes. Let me see. Whoa! Did I make it? I'm looking. Oh.
That's close.
So that's power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I just made it.
Wow, you got a high power. Damn.
I have an 85.
That's wild. You know that Evelyn has powers. She is using something right now. You sense what she is doing. Go ahead and describe how you like reach out and try to sense her power and what she's doing.
Sure. Using like kind of like whenever Cecil seems to go into like a clairvoyant kind of mood, his eyes kind of gleam this weird periwinkle kind of like opal color, similar to the kind of necklace that he has, a little brooch, and he just kind of like opens his eyes, they kind of gleam, and he just kind of like reaches hands and just like trying to
We
kind of
lost
like sense
part of your
everything.
description on that one. It cut
Sure.
out.
Oh, no problem. He just kind of reaches out his kind of like hands, and he's like looking here, looking here. But basically trying to sense if there's any other power at play here, and what does it do?
Okay. As you reach out and kind of get this extra sense, you do feel a soft hum of power coming from the crowd as like just this collective intent, right? Because you know that power is about intent when you really break it down,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this many people congregating with the same vibe or intention does generate some lingering energy or effect. It's not anything that you could be threatened by and probably will just dissipate after this crowd leaves, but it's there. There is real magic in the air.
Mm-hmm.
You can also sense from Evelyn there is an energy of amplification almost that is focused directly on the Reverend, right? It's you look around a couple times, no other effect that you see elsewhere, but she seems like that she is boosting him in some way.
Any power coming off the Reverend himself?
Doesn't seem to be at the moment.
Okay.
You can see that he's like basking in just the low, warm hum of energy that's being generated by this scenario.
All right. So, Cecil nods and kind of like looks to everybody else and kind of like is like, if best you can, just shield and gird yourselves. So Cecil's going to like try to like fortify his mind before the music ends.
Okay. The music does come to a nice slow stop. Resonates on that very last beat of gospel music and then cuts out. And it is just quiet in the square. And Reverend kind of pushes his sleeves back up a little more and says, "Now I know this is not something that we have scheduled. This is not our usual Sunday worship. But I feel it's important to always bring a community together in a time of, well, bliss, in a time of enlightenment, in a time where we can become stronger by testing the very bonds that bring our community together." And everyone kind of nods and some murmurs going through the crowd. It says, "I've been inspired. Nay, I've been prompted by the very powers that be to issue a test to this community. To see just how strong we are together." And he holds out his hand and he's kind of pointing across the crowd, right? I'm going to roll a spot hidden. All right. Points directly at Cecil, right? It says, "You there, Albert, come on up." And the man in front of you moves forward.
Oh god. Cecil like moves forward with him and slings sweat of it.
Albert, walks forward. Bigger guy. We're talking about just a block chin of a jaw. Looks like he probably does something with construction, just the way he's built. He's got like a giant torso, tiny legs. Walks up He's like, always happy to be of service, Reverend. What do you need from me? I need you to display your faith, and I need you to be the shining example that bolsters this community. That shows the strength of the individual and highlights that, at the end of the day, we are all but one. So please, step up here with me. Albert takes a couple hesitant steps up onto the stairs.
Don't do it, Albert. Don't do it.
And Evelyn kind of moves off to the side. She said nothing during this whole time. She's just very casually observing. But Cecil, you can still see that boost of power going towards the Reverend as he talks, right? And as he's amplifying, you would honestly guess, this is just a boost to his actual nature, which is just persuasive and inspiring, right? It's just cranked up to 11. And he grabs Albert by both of his shoulders. He says, Albert, look me in the eye. Tell me, you have faith, right? You believe in yourself. You believe in your family. You believe in this community, do you not? I do, Reverend, I do. All right, it's time to show that faith. And he rips the top of the basket off. And he says, look at me. Put your hand right here into the basket. Follow me now. And the Reverend just plunges his hand into the basket. So, keep your heart pure, believe. And Albert hesitates, takes a breath, and puts his hand into the basket. I'll roll some dice again. There's a very long pause. And then Albert starts to scream. Yanks his arm back out, and there's just a large black snake wrapped around his arm, fangs sunk into his forearm. He starts waving his arm frantically and just almost falls off the stairs, stumbling down, right, trying to keep his footing. The community gasps in horror. And the Reverend just looks disappointed. And
shit,
he just looks back at Albert and says, Albert, I need you to focus. I need you to remember your faith. And Albert just keeps yelling and screaming, and slowly, you see one knee start to buckle as he falls over. This is. Go ahead and roll a psychology check or intelligence, knowledge nature check, if anybody. Sorry, natural world check, if you'd like to.
Okay.
An
Psychology
8?
or?
Good Christ, an 8 on a D-Hunt. Oh man, you were just killing it. Psychology or nature.
Okay. Do I want to burn luck on that one? Oh wait, no, that's a 90. Never mind. Fuck no. Sorry. Nope. I can read.
Luck. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I have it, but I don't want it. No,
Sorry, so was that an 80 or an 8? I couldn't see the other.
Yours was an 8.
Oh, yeah, so that hits on a natural world. That's
nice.
That is a extreme success for me, actually.
Cool.
Regular success for psychology.
So I can tell you this snake's breakfast.
Yeah.
That it had 3 weeks ago.
You recognize the snake. It is 100% a rattler. It is wrapped around this dude, and it is just the way it is just pumping poison into this guy. You do notice that usually these snakes will bite and then run. Right? They'll just do their the traditional rattle. They will attack, and then when the opportunity is presented to them, they will flee. That is not the case. This thing has a death grip on this guy's arm and has continued to just have his fangs sunk into the meat of his forearm, in a very unusual action from these types of snakes.
You said it was real dark, so it's like a timber rattler or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
For a
Got a-
psychology of 40, right?
I got a regular success.
You start to put together a little faster than everyone else, right? Because this scene's pretty dark. No one in the crowd moves to help him, right? And I think between you and Oliver, you can put together that, like, this dude might die if no one does anything, right? And the Reverend says, "Gotta find your faith, Albert. If you don't find it, you'll be overtaken by the challenges of this world, and you're not gonna make it. And unfortunately, that means you're a weak link in the community, and we'd have to let you go. I don't want that, but you need to fight, Albert." And-
Cecil looks around for a doctor. Anybody who looks like they might be in the medical profession.
If there is a doctor, they are not present in this setting. As you look around, because I said there's about 300 people of the 750, right? So not the entire town's not here.
Even a barber, maybe?
There is a barber, actually.
Because they still did stuff, right? In the 30s?
Probably.
In the 30s.
In Alabama, yeah, probably. Dentistry.
Yeah, no, there's 100% a gentleman who's like leaning out the door. I'm changing the map a bit, but the gentleman leaning out the door of a place called. Too many pages.
You did say the Reverend hung out at the barber shop. All right, Billy, guys.
Not on the list. What do we do? Oh, yeah.
Kunkel's Barber Shop.
Yeah, there it is.
Right? And there's a gentleman who's just kind of like hanging out, leaning against the door frame, watching this. It's close enough that he can just see it from the storefront. He doesn't actually have to leave and go into the town square. And I think he like catches your eye as you look around, and just goes back to watching.
But he's close enough to make a move, maybe. I'm gonna try and use hypnosis.
Okay, dope.
He wants to like kind of suggest that he go and help him because like Cecil knows he has medical skills whatsoever. So I'll give it a go. Let's see. Nope. That looks terrible. So
you try to reach out with hypnosis. Something is messing with your ability to influence in this crowd. It may be Evelyn, it may be the collective energy that's been built here, it may be the Reverend himself, like having that amplified persuasion. But like, you try to cut through that noise to convince this guy to do something, and like it doesn't even get on target. But he just gives you like a friendly nod and goes back to watching this.
Cecil rolls his eyes and he's like, "What do we do?"
Albert at this point, like his legs buckle and he like falls on the ground, starts seizing, and the rest of the crowd like kind of takes a collective step forward. And the Reverend goes, "Remember that while this is a community, every single person has to fight their own battle through life alone. When you win your personal battles, then and only then can you be part of something bigger. Fight!" And the community and everyone just kind of stops.
All right. Wendy would like to try and like sneak around the outside of the crowd, like to get maybe around the edge of the building, figuring that maybe if we can cause a distraction, at least for Evelyn, that's going to have as pronounced an effect. But I kind of also want to spot hidden because now I'm wondering if this snake isn't really a snake. So which of those should I do first?
Roll spot hidden because there's some interesting thing that is also about to go down that you would probably be interested in.
Okay.
Those interesting things, you know.
Okay. Well,
hey, where are you sneaking to?
That's 99 fudge monkeys. Yeah, I mean, my spot hidden good, but that's not that good. Okay, if they're on like the front steps of the church, I want to like duck down and like edge around the crowd, and get like I'm assuming that this is like southern single nave like column church with steeple, so like it's a like rectangle with a bit. Okay,
Yeah.
so she wants to get like to the side of the rectangle, and like if the church is like built up on a little bit of a foundation, like get down so she's like on level with like the church floor, maybe even a little bit below if we've got some like grass around, but like around the side and behind where they are. So like around the crowd and then around to the side of the church.
Cool. Yeah, you can easily sneak. What do you plan to do when you were there?
I'm gonna use the fire bracelet and set a brush fire next to the church building.
Hey,
Brandy is a marshmallow that will hurt you.
Fuck it. I'm so into this. Here's a couple things happen, right? You all start to, break off in your different ways to try to handle this. You can get little blips of like communication out. Like I said, that ability to mind link is not perfect in these moments, but you can be like, Cecil can easily go, I'm looking for help. Wendy can easily go, I'm going around back, right? Anything more complicated than that, like anything you can't print on a fortune cookie is basically just not going to fit in this dialogue. Just because.
Hey, now with the fortune cookie jokes. Well, okay.
Think about it, but you know what?
It's okay.
Fair enough.
So actually, yeah. Okay. So like as she's sneaking around, like gets into position before I actually set fire, we're gonna take like a long breath, and to just everybody, like I want to distract.
I'll say this: having a conversation is very difficult. Just being able to prompt is good. You have moments before this becomes critical, so this is more really like, what do you choose to do?
Okay.
Setting this
so like maybe I'm just gonna like mind yell out distraction.
Cool.
Or disruption, rather. Disruption. And yes.
Sweet.
There was a firefight.
You whip out this snake bracelet, concentrate and set a small fire by the side of this church, right? Anything bigger you realize would be, one, difficult to control, and two, could potentially backfire on you, right? You've had a couple issues with that. So you start small, but you get the fire going. There's a whooshing noise that comes over your head as this fire starts to like crackle and grow up the side of the church. A bottle slams into the side of the church and ignites as this Molotov cocktail strikes the side of this church where you started this fire, and just adding an accelerant to this process, and the flames start to climb up the wall. And you like look around real quick to see where it came from, and like you can't. But the rest of you start to see like smoke just like billow out from the side of the church, and like you can see like the licks of the flames coming up the side.
That wasn't me. Yes, and we're gonna yell fire. And now that there's bottle, I guess we're gonna go run back towards the crowd.
Ready. The crowd scatters. Like the crowd starts to like look confused. The friendly situation that's occurred here, that like all those vibes of community and power that you felt there, just snap and dissipate, right? As this fire starts to crawl up, and people are like, ah! And they're like running for buckets, and they're running into each other, and they're grabbing their kids, and they're just running in different directions to try to figure out what's going on. You see the sheriff starts yelling like, get the buckets, as this church is slowly being consumed by flame. Albert's still just like laying on the ground, like twitching and seizing a bit. The Reverend just slowly turns and looks at the church and just looks disappointed. What do you all do? And I'll give it to Cecil, or I'll give it to Oliver or Murphy, since the two of you two have already done a thing in the scene.
So I'll go see to Mr. Albert and his serpent problem.
Okay.
So
So
I'll go. I'll kick the rattlesnake off of him, and
I'll give this as well for the roll. Evelyn turns around and actually runs back inside the church to go.
I figured that there was enough going on. I wasn't worried about being spotted.
Yeah.
But I'll go. I'll kick the rattlesnake off his arm, and I'll sort of start to like drag him back to somewhere that's not the middle of the goddamn street.
Cool. Are you helping Murphy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the two of you with ease just grab this dude, wrestle the rattlesnake off. It doesn't want to let go. One or both of you roll strength as this.
I'm gonna grab it behind the head, basically where it can't.
Yeah, like come on, it's
get
a
me,
rattlesnake.
And I'm just gonna squeeze its head as hard as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else imagining one of those toys that the bubbles come out? Yeah.
The eyeballs.
Yeah. No,
That's a great success.
you rip it off.
Yeah.
It does not attack you because if you wanted to, you could just kill it, if not just toss it, right? But it is absurdly aggressive. Yeah, you throw it off. Albert is having like small seizures at this point as you like drag him back down an alleyway away from this communal area. What do you do?
Cecil points them to the barber, and he just says, "Medicine."
Albert says, I'm sorry I didn't have enough faith." And just like coughs a little bit. It's still seizing one of his eyes kind of rolls back in his head.
Okay, so we're gonna do some first aid here.
Cecil lets you guys know, he's like, "I found a barber."
Great. Wait, how does that help? Just kidding.
He might. Okay, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, in
Right.
the old
I was
tiny days.
joking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Murphy would be like, "How does that help?" I don't.
Yeah.
antiseptic.
Barber.
Okay, I'm gonna burn 4 luck, and I'm going to actually. I rolled medicine, not first aid.
Oh shit, okay.
So we're going to, do what we can here. We'll remove his like tight clothing, and we'll go like get some ice from the ice house to like stop the swelling, and if we can find like an aspirin, we'll give him. Actually, no, wait. You don't want blood thinners.
Yeah.
Stop coagulants.
With a great success, you're able to, and if you take the advice from Cecil as well for the barber, basically do a combination of stopping the advancement of the poison and basically
clotting or not clotting. I forget.
I believe
I think
it
it's
is.
the other way around.
Yeah.
I think it's anticoagulant.
Correct.
Like I think it's edema and anticoagulating.
But you managed to gather supplies and put a stop to Albert's very bad time that he's having, right? His arm still looks like shit. He's got like these just deep puncture wounds in his forearm, but you're fairly confident he'll survive, right? At this point. He was probably not going to without intervention. You've at least bought time for greater medical care in Oklahoma City if he needs it.
It is clotting.
Mhm.
The article I looked up said it was a clot twist, which made me
Yeah. Yeah, because it's both neurotoxic and hemotoxic.
Gain 1,000 XP.
I thought that meant that it started to break it down, not the other way around.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, hemorrhaging and necrosis.
Mhm.
So, but you get this guy situated, right? What do you do next? So you have the scenario where you've taken some like medical supplies from this barber who would have let you grab them, right? Now that everything's kind of slowing down, you can grab that stuff. You can grab whatever you have on your person. You help out Albert here. The four of you have managed to kind of come back together, I assume. the town is trying to coordinate putting this fire out. The Reverend has just turned around and started slowly watching the church burn. Evelyn runs out with a large book under her arm, says something to the Reverend, and proceeds to move through the town. The Reverend just moves up and stands by the door of the church as the fires continue to like consume it. And they look like they're slowly getting out of control.
Yeah, that's fine. The book that she's carrying, not a Bible, right?
No.
Yeah.
Way too big. Way too old looking.
Yeah.
Way too like thick. Yeah. Wrong kind of vibe.
Where's she headed? Like which direction?
She's heading back towards the edge of town where you came from, basically, towards the train station.
The room starts to grow a little bit darker around Oliver, and you can feel that he's kind of gathering power. And what is going to happen is, if I make this roll, the grimoire that's in Evelyn's hands is going to shoot out of her grasp and come basically to land on the front porch of the building next to the barber shop.
Okay, get it.
So I am going to do a roll for power. Let me see. And I'm rolling. Hang on. Roll that at advantage, so I'm going to do another one. Does that quite make it? But that does. And I'll burn 2 MP. And I've got to roll a d6 for sanity. Oof. Costs, but okay.
Alright, temp insanity. But that'll do it. Yeah, the book comes flying out of her hands and slams down with like a finality on the front of this barber shop stoop, where she like turns, and I think at this point like would see you all, right? And is like,
well, again, I did specify the building next to the barber shop.
Oh, my apologies. Okay.
So I want her attention over there still, but
Gotcha.
Yeah, ideally we'll be able to just grab her when she comes round, and I'll just I'll say something like "Be ready" to the group.
She like looks around wide-eyed real quick and seems to instantly have her guard up because someone is using magic. I need you to roll a couple things real quick. Sorry. There we go. A lot of books in this one. Here we go. Roll a d10 for me, please. And then roll a d20 for me. As you hit a temp insanity.
Sorry, everybody?
This is just for Oliver.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
And that's a 9.
It's a 9. Okay.
What horrors have I unleashed?
Huh, wild. On a 3, you see what is happening in this town. You see what absolute fucking abomination it is, right? In just every single way. The perversion of the religion, the exploitation of these people, the magic used to control, manipulate, exploit, whatever's happening here is just awful, right? And you look at Evelyn, and you remember the last time you all spoke, she swore that she would never use that mental magic on you, and again, right? But she hasn't, technically. She doesn't know you were there. But just knowing that, like, this is what she's been doing, and maybe other places too, who the hell knows? You haven't seen her in months. It fills you with an insane rage that you want to make her feel the damage that she has done to other people. whether that is through your fists or through some other type of violence. You just want to fight her, because someone should be fighting her. Damn it, she needs to pay for this. So that is the unfortunate.
6 before I had to go insane. I thought it was I had to take 6. That was 5.
Am I off on that?
Double check. Because while I'm all for some insane talents and handicaps, I think I
Have I messed up I might have done this twice, actually. I might be so excitable to have people go insane that I'm jumping the gun. So. Anybody got a joke while I'm looking this up?
I'm sorry. No? Joke? What?
Uh,
Oh, guys, remember Footnote?
yeah.
Footnote.
Those were the days. Shoe notes.
No, I'm just amused by Wendy's reprise of her role in Firestarter.
Wendy, we've talked about this. Monkeys, telephone
Perfect.
poles, wire. If there's a telephone pole or any kind of wire,
Right?
I'm gonna find a file.
Check.
Put
Found
this
it.
on.
If an investigator loses 5 or more sanity points
Oh,
as the result
all
of
right.
one sanity roll,
Okay. All right.
that's it. Yeah.
I stand corrected. So,
No, good catch. Hey, it's always a good. To
so
keep you on
I
the toes.
am
Keep
about
you
to go berserker. Sweet.
Cool.
The pulp talent
Go.
you get.
Ooh.
Oh shit! This is actually incredibly useful for you.
Good.
When the rage subsides, just make a note for yourself that you have something called insane language, which allows you to, for one interaction, basically understand something that you have no background or history in, right? Whether it be a conversation, a study of a book,
Heyo.
that kind of thing, right? Listening to speech, you can pick a language and you basically understand it for that interaction, right?
Auto grok. I like it.
Yeah. So that's wild. But we'll deal with that later. That's an incredibly useful thing to have. Holy cow.
So Oliver, basically, you tell us, like, be ready.
The book lands on
Oh.
the porch of the building next door.
I apologize. There's one caveat to that.
Of course.
You're gonna roll the skill as if it's a 75 when you go to interpret whatever it is you're interpreting.
Okay.
If you pass, you can understand it clear as day. If you fail, you might have some complications with your own language skills for a little while,
Fuck.
Nice.
which means you might forget how words work for a couple of hours or days.
Sweet.
So,
I mean, at the best of times.
I mean, really, how's that different from day to day, right? I can barely talk good. But again, we'll deal with that hurdle when we get to it. Yeah, blinding rage at Evelyn Hall. So this book lands next door to the barbershop, which is a thud, kicking up a whole bunch of dust. The fire is starting to crackle in the distance as you can hear people screaming and yelling. As you can people splashing buckets of water on this church to no avail. Evelyn whips around, looking disheveled and a little and very much on guard at this point, knowing that some magical effect was used on her. The Reverend, like I said, just stands in the doorway of his church with his hands kind of outstretched. And you can hear him say, even over all this, this village is losing faith. I will help restore it. Okay, what do you do?
I look at Murphy and I'm like, I go like this, and then I point at myself and I go like that. I point at Evelyn. You grab her and I'll try
Okay.
to.
I'm
And
like,
I don't
I look at-
understand.
I look at Wendy and I'm like, I think she was trying to run to the telegraph station.
Yeah, I got that part. Okay. Do you want me to go
Right,
there?
let's
Me
act.
go there. To the okay.
Go there.
Alright.
And Cecil starts moving when Kelly.
Wendy was like half ready to go like spider monkey on this the way that we did Olivia.
To,
So
to track this one, I'm going to put you all in initiative order, okay?
Alright.
Just to make this a little easier on my sanity, as we're kind of running around doing a bunch of crazy stuff. Oh no, did I get rid of it? That would have been a silly thing for me to do. I got rid of it. Okay, I believe it goes Wendy, Cecil, Murphy, Oliver.
yeah.
So, okay. Cool. Wendy, you're up to act first.
Okay. So assuming that they kind of like I've given the like thumbs up and they've got like the fisticuffs portion of things planned, Wendy's gonna like take off at a sprint towards the telegraph office and the train station, and we're gonna see if we can cut some wires while people are distracted / tell the train to like get the hell out, just so she doesn't have an easy way of like egress to get moving. So we're
Cool.
going like pell-mell towards the telegraph, post office, train station, triple threat
Yeah.
building.
You start booking it down Main Street, right? Just Evelyn's distracted. She's got some other shit to deal with. You just out the back door, running, and you see Gregory, right? The dark-haired dreamboat from earlier is running down Main Street towards you, and you just see him yell, "I heard there's a fire and they need help!"
I'm scared of fire.
And you just run past each other.
Then
You can see like a couple other people you run past who are like
there,
grabbing
city girl. Bye. Oh.
buckets and blankets and whatever they can to like help try to stop this fire from just burning down the church.
Go to grab some lemonade.
Cool. Yeah, you're booking it. You're on your way. Cecil.
Mhm.
You know what's good for fire? Sweet tea.
Oh my God. Cecil walks like kind of like strides over to Evelyn. I'm assuming she is walking.
Yes.
Okay. He like shadows behind her, and he says, It's truly a pity that you're using your powers the way you are." And he waits for her to like turn around and immediately like tries to like catch her attention.
I like this.
And calls her so Murphy can restrain her.
I think she whips around and the two of you just have like a quick mind battle almost. And roll power.
You got it.
She's like, "I thought I sensed you here."
I thought I sensed you here. I was like,
I sensed you first.
Yeah.
oh no, even better. Like, I thought I sensed you, but they both say it at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Stop that!
We're
No, you
sensitive
stop
people.
that.
I love it. All right.
So,
that's a success.
holy crap.
But
Don't laugh like that.
she
Yeah, no, they don't
reversed
like
it
that.
on me. I mind control myself.
So we haven't had this. This doesn't happen very often, right?
Did they roll the same thing?
She rolled 1 degree below
One.
you.
Yeah. You can see it in chat.
Yeah, and she is defending.
So
So that meets beats for defending. So I think she actually manages to stop you in your tracks for a second. Like all the energy she already had channeled and built up, she just like throws into you and tries to disorient you.
can I add retroactively burn luck.
Yeah, get it.
All right. So she got 1 below me.
Mm-hmm.
I burned 2.
Yeah, that'll
Right.
work. That's what luck's
So
for.
wait a second. Yeah.
Um,
Okay. So he's like taken like surprise and then like trying to like move through it.
Yep. So
Okay, great.
I'll call this. This is a GM call that is acceptable here. Traditionally, you would burn down to the next level of success, but I don't want you to burn a ton of luck on something that is.
Then let's have fun and I'll just push my luck.
Oh fuck yeah, do that. That sounds much better.
So what is that about again?
It's a free reroll. If you fail, then
Great.
it is a
Yeah,
devastating
reroll.
consequence.
Oh boy.
Okay, so wait a second.
So she has a regular success. If you beat a regular success, you have succeeded.
Oh, I don't have to just get them over, right?
Crap. Okay.
I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah,
Bastard.
good.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
lucky. That's lucky.
Dope.
Incredible.
Oh my god.
I love
So-
it. So she basically turns these powers on you and unleashes this barrage of confusion, euphoria, fear. Like, all these absurd things just, like, are slammed into you instantaneously, designed to just short-circuit your brain and overwhelm your senses. And she sees it take hold and just goes, weak. Right? And then...
Oh, there's like this kind of like almost like Winkle like a little shield that kind of shatters, and like he almost has like the look of like the lad about him, and like he speaks almost with his voice, and he's like, not so fast, and then like starts advancing on her, and almost like as he advances on her, she's pushed back on Jedi like.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her hand up and making that intense eye contact, and you push back, and she literally, like, feet planted in the ground, slides backwards like 10 feet as you start advancing towards her, and looks real concerned about that one. Very cool.
And he's just like, let the world fall away. And then he's just like, Murphy.
I need to look up one thing real quick. The
Get her,
rest
Murph.
do a thing.
What's I'm gonna do?
She ain't no lady.
Okay, cool. The Reverend... I gotta roll power for this. Word. The Reverend you can see over by the church has been standing in the doors, and he's been talking about how this community has lost its faith, and he's going to rekindle it. He says, all of you, stop what you're doing. And the people that are working diligently to try to put this fire out just all stop and look at him. He says, this is a cleansing fire that is going to fix our community. Don't fight it. Embrace it. And like there's a weird power that goes behind those words. And you can see, not everyone, but about half of this crowd of about 100 people just nod in agreement and like start to shuffle their way into the church.
Fuck. I didn't mean to do that.
Murphy.
You're on mute, Will.
Someone Molotov cocktailed it, remember? You started a little
Yes.
fire.
Yeah. I keep telling you, there is a plot in this book, and we sometimes visit it. The
We look at
Molotovs
it.
are in the book.
And sometimes our thoughts
Apparently are
coincide with the
similar to rabble
plot.
rouser.
Like,
What?
I'm going to start this fire. Plot fire. Oh.
I love it.
Just our go-to is fire.
Hey, most
You
Elder
gave
Things-
me a fire bracelet. It's like you gave me a hammer, and now every problem is a match.
I mean, I ain't mad about it. Most Eldritch Things don't like fire. Works out pretty well. Turns out people don't like it either, though.
I like this story.
So yeah, you turn around and see, Evelyn and Cecil locked in this like mind battle, and Evelyn just slide back 10, 15 feet, and then immediately start to lose her edge and her grip that she had on Cecil's mind for a second, and you can see the panic start to set in as she's losing control here. What do you do?
How tall is she?
Evelyn, she's like 5'8", 5'9".
I'm gonna tackle her.
Okay.
Take the bitch down.
You
Go
want me to
ahead
roll
and
strength?
roll. This. Do you want to do damage, or you just want to restrain her?
She tried to hurt my friend.
If you're doing damage, it's going to be a
Brawl.
brawl attack. Otherwise, it is just a dive tackle with strength.
Would he have advantage because she's
Either way, you'll have advantage.
hypnotized?
Yeah.
No, he has advantage because she's 5'9".
And he's 6'20".
I'm gonna just restrain for now, because if restrain happens, it'll be very easy to hurt her if I have to.
Sounds good. Yeah. Roll strength at advantage.
Alrighty. Swoop.
You fucking
Oh
kidding
my
me?
god. That's illegal. Okay, well I got an excellent success. So.
She, I don't think, got an excellent success. Hold on. I'm pretty sure her strength is not nearly as high as that.
I hope not.
6. No, God, no.
Yeah,
Right.
I was gonna say, it's like, even if, like, statistically, I don't think that works out. Like, even if your strength is 99, you can't. Yeah.
Her excellent metric is a 4, I believe.
Cool.
1/5. Yeah, that's right. Cool. Yeah. For a second, you leap through the air, and she whips out another hand and tries to suspend you in midair. Your momentum does slow, and then you just hit the ground with you do a double jump basically. Your feet hit the ground again, and you just jump again at her and shatter this whatever barrier or wibbly wobbly attempt to slow you down that she's conjured, and just eclipse her as she goes, "Oh shit," and she goes down. Successfully tackled, and the two just tumble through the dust. Her dress is immediately just covered with all this she dirt and everything, right? And you hear a pop or a crunch or something. She's probably hurt. As she just goes down under your frame. Success.
Yay!
Well, it is her turn. I'm gonna roll to see something.
Good fucking lord.
What's she doing?
No, that's 60, right? That's
Yeah,
60.
That's 60, not a 6.
Yeah.
She goes to say something clever. Just goes, "Ah!"
Yeah.
and is knocked
There,
out
there.
cold. That tackle just knocked her stupid. She's gonna take her a minute to get back on her feet. So, failed con save. Okay, Oliver. Rage still.
Yeah, so Oliver has just grabbed a straight razor from the barber shop and
Phew.
is advancing on Evelyn and Murphy.
Yo.
Yeah, this is some next level shit, but you all see this happening. Cecil Kelly, you can see like just this. I pictured like the shadowed frame of Oliver with like the straight razor from like behind as he like walks out of the barbershop and just like steps towards her. What do you all do in this moment?
Cecil. Oh, go ahead.
He's got a look of
Does
just
he see
pure
me?
hatred.
Yeah. Does he like see me at all? Is there any recognition that I'm in? Okay.
I do not see you. I do not see anything. The only thing that I'm going to do is walk up and cut off her head.
You
She's
In the
recognize
middle of the
right?
street, like it's just.
She's passed out, right?
Yep.
Murphy, you
I would
recognize like this is blind rage. You've
Yeah,
seen this in a fight
I would like to
before.
pick her up and go. If she's out and she's not gonna fight me, we're leaving, and I guess the professor can chase us. Whatever.
All right, I need the two of you to both roll con, please, as you just like
Oh.
take off as you grab Evelyn and just start running, and Professor, I assume, will start chasing.
Do I still have like a mental hold on her? Even if,
I think yes.
should I run like this? Is what I'm saying.
You can maintain concentration if you
She's
want to run.
unconscious.
If you want to run like this,
It's a regular
you're welcome to.
success for me.
Okay. What was that for the professor?
Regular success.
Okay.
Do I also roll power for my insanity, or does that?
That will fade in a number of rounds.
Oh, okay. I wasn't
So-
sure if it was active or passive for this one.
Yeah. Now this one is only for a couple of rounds, but that one I rolled privately to keep suspense up.
I like it.
But yeah, Murphy takes off running. The professor, shockingly fleet of foot, takes off running as well. And while he's not able to quite gain on Murphy, Murphy doesn't get away either. You look back and you see just like Professor Oliver Inverness, right?
Booking it.
Booking it with a
Holding
straight razor.
razor, slightly
Honestly
frothing at the mouth.
Yeah.
You know.
That's probably like some of the stuff Murphy's seen over the last few months has been pretty scary. This might top all of that.
Mhm.
He's gonna try and talk sense. Professor, like
Just
Like,
screaming,
come on.
yelling, like knocking over barrels as you go. Hey man! Like,
yeah,
very cool.
trying to just do anything to jostle him a little bit, maybe wake him up.
Is anybody in the town like clocking that there's a man running with a straight razor after the
Here's the thing. The
part of their church community?
crazy,
Or are they still
people
in thrall to
walking
the Reverend
yeah,
apparently walking into fire?
your scene is not the craziest thing happening in this moment, which is fucking
Yeah.
absurd.
Yeah. Like, is anybody resisting, like, anybody that's out, like Delbert or whatever, that wasn't in front of the church? Like, are they bewildered by this?
There are definitely more heads like poking themselves out windows and doorways who are just like, what in the world? In the 6 seconds or so it would take for people to react, there's no one is like intervening immediately in this. They're just like, what the hell's going on out there?
Okay.
Okay. I will say this. Oliver, if you'd like to make a sanity check right now at disadvantage, you could potentially shake this. Right?
Ill.
Or you can just embrace it.
A lot of embracing crazy stuff. Fires, straight
I know.
razors.
I did that
Let's let it play out.
in
Okay,
sound
fair enough.
mind. I said
So-
a little fire.
Very
Just
cool.
a little.
End of the round. So like I said, about half those fire trucks are on their way to take care of the church. Half of those people in that crowd start walking into the church, which is now like the fire has creeped up one side and is slowly starting to consume their roof. Right. The other half look hesitant. But if you had to assess, it's not like, oh man, I don't want to be in a burning building. They're more like, I don't know.
Today.
I don't usually do Brussels sprouts, but I could be talked into it. Right? So they start shuffling in as the Reverend, like, one by one, ushers them inside the building. Top of the order, Wendy. So there are now people inside this burning building. And more people are slowly filtering in.
Yeah.
You have reached the telegraph office. The door's wide open. True to my word earlier, like, you gave a distraction. Gregory is no longer there. There's no one at the train station at the moment. What do you do?
Is there a train?
There is a train.
Okay. So, first things first, is there like a, like air raid siren or something that like, that would set off an alarm for like the fire department or the police to get moving?
If there is,
Like
probably
something
one
that obviously is like around to call aid.
There'd probably be one in the telegraph office.
Yeah. So like she's going to run right into the telegraph office, and if there's like an obvious thing that's going to start a siren to maybe shake some of these people out of it / call the fire brigade, the bucket line, the, you know, people on the train to do something about it, she's going to hit that.
Okay. Bonk. Yeah.
And then
for emergencies.
we're going to try and open that door.
Cool.
And if it doesn't open easily, or I can't find like a, you know, lock, key would be the word I was looking for, easily, then I'm going to like pocket knife cut some of those wires on the ground.
I can't remember. Is lockpick a skill, or is it a specialization?
Like if there's a key around, like, you know, like there's one hanging from a book on the wall or whatever.
Skill.
Yeah, that's the one. Do you have the locksmith skill?
I don't think so. I don't mean she's gonna pick it. I mean, like, if there is a key around and I can open it, or like, but if it's not obvious, I'm just cutting wire.
Is it a mechanical
Like a spot
lock?
hidden, maybe, to see if I can figure out where access would be.
Make a spot hidden.
Okay.
Oof.
Okay, that is extraordinary success.
God damn. Well, normally no one would leave a key to a secured place just lying around. But one could drop one on the floor when they panic and run out the door to put out a fire in town. Which you find laying like under the, as you kind of hop the counter, it's been like partially kicked under the customer service desk, and you see like the little glint of metal.
Oh, Gregory. So beautiful, so dumb. So we'll open the lock and throw open the door.
Alrighty.
Put that key back in my pocket, because now it's mine.
This is taking shit now.
It was raccoons. It's fine. It was, yeah, possums. You're good.
What you see in here, in this back room, is just filled with recording equipment, right? In the center is a large box made out of basically wood, metal, and tubing that all just like slams together into just a crazy wired contraption, right? It looks like some of the tech you saw from like the weird craft or like the tablets you've picked up, but like not as advanced. It looks like this is a gen before, maybe, right? And roll me an idea check on this one, which is your intelligence. As you like look at all these wires, you look, because you understand the mechanics here, but the jump for what the hell this thing is actually supposed to do is a little weird. All right.
That's a fail.
So,
because that's a 93.
You're welcome to push your luck if you like.
I mean,
you'll still get information. There's just another weird thing that's an odd.
I just kind of want to destroy it.
Fair
Like,
enough.
I don't need to know what it does to smash the crap out of it.
As
Um,
you can tell from looking at it right now that it is designed for audio recording. It can make records, right? It can be something that if you wanted to say record a sermon and then take said sermon and send a copy to Oklahoma City to be played elsewhere, like you could do that, right? That certainly is a function of this machine. The other shit that's been added to it, unnecessary by your accounting. But a lot of weird like tubes and switches and wires coming off of this like weirdly futuristic recording box.
okay. We're gonna start like violently pulling at the wires that could be attributing like power and transmission from the thing. And like just gleefully, like,
Very cool.
you know, yes, like
Okay. Yeah, you just start
joyful
ripping,
destruction.
you start
You know,
ripping this stuff apart.
Yeah.
Cecil, right? So you see this mad scene of Murphy now running with Evelyn, Hall's kind of thrown over his shoulders, right? Sprinting, like full Murphy gate sprinting. And Oliver so far keeping up with him with straight razor in hand and a look of just pure murder on his face. You still have a little bit of a mind link with Evelyn, but there's nothing going on right now. She's not like faking unconsciousness or anything. Like she's out cold. What do you do?
Funny.
People running past you like towards the church, like we gotta put the fire out. People's like slowing down and walking more orderly inside the church. You know, like
he looks at the people were like running and like entering, kind of with murderous rage and also like running terrified. And he runs after his friends. And he's going to try and switch hypnosis to his friend, to the professor, and see if he can knock him out of it.
okay, get it.
So instead of locking eyes, he's simply going to like run and try and use his voice. And he says, Professor, Doctor, Oliver, stop. This is not you. Break free. Son Oliver.
Go ahead and roll a power check.
Uh,
And then Oliver, depending on what he rolls,
fucking, I'm gonna push my luck. Can I do it again?
yeah, do it. So,
Nope.
is that a fail?
That's
85,
not a
right?
fail.
Okay.
It's not a fail. I still got a regular success with both.
Cool. Oliver, you can hear someone kind of knocking at the door of your mind. Like there's these weird other intrusive thoughts that are getting in the way of just murder the fuck out of Evelyn. Someone's trying to like calm you down. I don't know. They register. They're just annoying.
Doesn't sound like anything to me.
You are welcome to make a sanity check, please. What I'm looking for is a.
Nope.
No, that's not it.
That is not it.
Nope. Okay. Yeah, these thoughts are telling you to stop what you're doing. That all sounds awful. Cecil, you link minds with Oliver. He's not mad, right? He's not angry or upset. He is consumed by a murderous rage to the point of like lunacy. You see this very clearly and realize that like, oh shit, this is not normal.
All right.
Right.
Then I just tell Murphy, I just like, I can't break through. He's gone insane. Again. He's going for her.
Oh, you.
Oh,
Yeah, that seemed pretty obvious.
you little scamp. He's just gone completely insane again. Look at him go with the straight razor.
I think he'll come out of it eventually.
So,
I'm just gonna try and make sure he doesn't murder anyone.
Do you have this?
I guess so. As long as I don't trip.
She might wake up.
I can choke her out.
Okay. He nods, and I start running back. Who has the book?
the book is
It's
still
on the
on
porch.
the
Yeah.
porch. Yeah.
Then I'm running to the. I'm like, ping me if you need me. He starts running.
Okay. You run back towards the book. You can see the Reverend is now ushering more people inside, right? As his his influence continues to grow, he starts humming to music that is not there. And you can see now Rosemary, right? And Delbert are both walking their way inside, right? Albert, who was still effed up by that snake bite, is like struggling to get to his feet and actually move towards the church as well. Kind of murmuring like, no, this is a chance of redemption. I can truly show my faith. I'm not going to mess up again. I'm not going to mess up again. And he's not moving very quick, but he's heading in that direction. You also catch a glimpse, but it's hard to tell with all the people running around, of like what may be a kid who's just wandered into the church as well. So,
God damn it, Lloyd.
Murphy.
Still running. Is she waking up? Do I get any sense of...
If you want her to be awake, you can shake her awake.
No.
Okay, she's out cold.
Right.
She's the tackle you performed was sufficient. She's out.
Delightful.
You're back towards the train station at this point. You can actually see just things flying out of the telegraph office as like Wendy is just ripping shit out of the walls and like tearing wires apart, and like just a clang clang, like a little like hubcap comes out.
24 hours.
Cute sleepy
How
town.
did we manage this? All right. How hot is the
means we're
professor on
fish.
my tail?
I would like the two of you to both roll con again, please.
Okay.
Because that is the stat for sustained long-term chasing. Technically, we could do a cut to the chase roll, but... excuse me. Oh no, did you fail?
We both failed, it looks like.
I love it.
Evelyn just goes flying. Somebody trips.
Wait, why did you roll twice?
It's just
I
guys.
didn't. I just rolled the once.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. We'll count the first one because that makes sense. Yeah, Oliver starts to fall a little behind. Murphy, you're also out of breath. You can hear Wade in the back of your head like, come on, kid. You got to keep up the cardio. You always got to keep up the cardio. You never know when you're going to have to run with another person slung over your shoulder through a town that's on fire full of crazies. Like, you never know what's going to happen out there. Hands up, cardio.
Right.
So the way I see it in the chat, Murphy got a 78. I got a 55. That's a success for Oliver.
Oh, the first one you rolled was a 94.
No, that was the sanity check.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right as hell.
Oh, that's my bad. It popped up when I pulled up the chat, so I thought that was your roll.
Yeah, no, it does that. It'll run the animation in the thing, the
Got
last roll that came through.
All right, well.
I'm gaining on you,
Yeah.
Murphy.
Are
So, I'll say this.
terrifying.
You stop to take a breath, right? You look back. Oliver is hot on your heels. If you don't do something, he's going to catch you in like a matter of seconds. It's still your turn, so. But he's bearing down on you.
I'm just worried he's gonna cut me. I know he doesn't want to hurt me, and he doesn't think I'm there. But if I get in the way, I'm gonna try.
I like how none of us are like, well, it'd be a bad thing if Evelyn's head was cut off. Really?
I mean, potentially not, but also that means we gotta get it out of town right away. I'm gonna put her down.
Okay.
Into
I'm gonna try and
Everybody else just feel the
square up and
alignment.
get ready to try and disarm the professor.
That's a good move. That's a good move. Yeah, go ahead and roll melee versus melee at this point, right?
Okay.
So,
Is this fighting for me?
yes,
Okay.
Unarmed, right?
this is fighting unarmed versus fighting.
Knife.
Yeah.
It's good for you. I don't have knife fighting, so you'll.
Okay.
We're just gonna put her down.
30.
Gonna put her down.
Does Kelly
Fighting.
succeed on this, or are you both failing? Okay.
I did succeed.
Okay. Yeah. That. And Oliver, I think it's 25 is base for new skills.
I don't know what knife fighting is, like brawl. I have brawl, but that's not really this, right?
What's your brawl percentage?
46.
Oh damn. It's actually
Yeah.
pretty good. Most melee things, if you pick up, if you don't have the skill initially, it is if it's a common thing, you start at 20%.
Mhm.
So if it's uncommon, like a flail, you would start at 5.
Yeah, I'm fine with doing whatever
Okay.
here.
Like,
Like,
cool.
if
Yeah.
it's brawl, it's a success. It's just a regular success. If it's like knife fighting or something weird, then it's not.
I would call this more knife fighting.
Is that like weapon?
It's like edged weapon or something.
Yeah.
I have it.
So this is a struggle, and Murphy, you kind of just like literally drop Evelyn unceremoniously, and then intervene to attempt to grab the straight razor from Oliver without hurting him. And the cool thing is, you're able to do both. Like you can like grab an arm and twist him around a bit. He's still got a hold of the straight razor, but you've got control of like his arm and his body by extension. Because you're not a grappler per se. This is not the best move for you, but like,
Stop hitting yourself.
it's not. He's not gonna hurt anybody. Maybe.
For now.
Yeah, but he's still fighting like hell to get out.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna just like say, Professor.
Can I roll
Professor.
to like resist?
oh, that was the. I'll give you a chance to resist on your turn.
You're opposed, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that was the roll versus roll. So
Okay, gotcha.
yeah. Success, fail. Yep, cool.
We're not fighting the insanity. We're putting the victim on the ground.
Well, toppling her into a dust of the dust town.
Well, look, where you were running up on the telegraph office, so I kind of imagine that she's like laying on part of the train tracks right now.
Alrighty.
Would not do that.
Evelyn like groans, grabs her head, and then just kind of slumps back down onto the
Yeah.
ground. She's still very much unconscious.
Ew.
She's within kicking distance.
She's got a lot of good stats. Turns out like counter tackle and survive concussion are not those stats.
Who would
Good.
have guessed?
All right, brings it to Oliver. So yeah, she's not going to do anything. In the background, you can still see like the plumes of smoke now really rising off of this church. Right.
Interesting.
Oliver, your move. So you're basically like in a like headlock-ish scenario, dancing around with Murphy. Got that one arm locked out, kind of twisted backwards, but you still have your grip on the straight razor. The big thing is that Murphy's large, so he's able to hold you in this position, but like still can't actually disarm you without fear of like getting slashed. Your move if you want to try to break out of it or what have you. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, insane rage. I'm just rolling strength and trying to like wrestle my way out. I'm not finessing, like tossing the razor between my hands or anything fancy.
Yeah, let's go strength v strength. So as Oliver like tries to flex his way out of it. Oh, I thought that was going to land on 00 for a second.
I know, I did too. I was like, ah!
It's like, how did your boxer die? The professor just straight razed him to death. It's fucking crazy.
That is a great success.
Okay.
I am immobile and butthurt about it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you struggle.
I'm gonna hug you a little bit.
Yeah.
Some help.
Friends.
Murphy, what are you saying to the professor? Is like he tries to like flex his way out. He tries to like move around a little bit. He's just like a feral animal, just
all
like
right,
flailing.
Buddy. Okay. All right, bud. Come on. We need to shake this. We can't just decapitate someone in public. All right. Use your words. You used to talk all the time. Now you're real quiet.
Just heavy breathing and unblinking focus on Evelyn.
Roll me another sanity check, please, Oliver. As we hit the end of the round. Nope. Okay. Cool. You start to come back to your rational mind for a second. There's a lot of like you stepping back and examining, what am I doing here? What's going on? And before you can really embrace that thought, like the just feral rage again continues to infest your mind and take over. And starting to move targets towards Murphy, just because of the fact that Murphy's restraining you and stopping you from what you need to do.
Oh boy.
Wendy, top of the order. You, in the background of the town, you hear more of.
Yeah.
You hear more people clamoring, and people start to also match that eerie hum that the Reverend has been humming to himself. You can now hear like a weird chorus hum kind of echoing through the town.
So it didn't make it, like nothing changed with the destruction of the device?
The equipment is out. So
okay.
This seems to be all his doing.
Okay. Let's
He has no ability to like you can I will say for all certainty he has no ability to like massively influence the town via audio power anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's gone.
Okay.
So destroyed that.
Now it's a like dumplings. We're gonna go running back towards the church then. Like if I'm still hearing people scream, I'm like, shit, that didn't quite get it.
You run out of the telegraph office and damn near trip over Evelyn, who's just like lying on the ground. And you can see the professor and Murphy are just struggling in this like headlock, straight razor knife fight. And Murph's like, hey buddy, calm down. And the professor's like, I'll fucking kill you!
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, this isn't normal. And I'm gonna hold the necklace that I have, in one hand, because this does not look like the professor is in like right mind, and there's a big ol' knife, and I don't particularly care about Evelyn. In fact, we might like give her a little kick, with like backwards, like nice, oh, like I almost tripped over you. By almost, I mean we're just gonna like thud my heel back into your knee. But I don't want the professor to hurt Murphy, so we're going to use my shield necklace. So the I'm gonna put a shield around Murphy.
Cool.
And let's like.
How much MP would you like to spend on this shield?
I mean, like Murphy can kind of handle himself, so I just want to do like maybe like 2.
Okay.
Like
good,
yeah.
Roll 2d6.
See how much I'm worth to you. I'm just kidding.
I don't know what this is. Like, yeah.
How much would you pay to save this man's life? 2.
Oh,
2 MP?
Okay. Yeah, you focus on the shield necklace.
Okay.
Murphy, it's a little weird. Like a bubble pops around you. It slightly distorts the audio for a second, then everything like goes back to normal. you feel like a little more shielded.
Pancakes.
And you can see the source of like this glowing light from Wendy's shield necklace bolstering you. So basically, you have
Abstractly
three.
feels like a hug from my dad. You've never had one of those, but you know that that's what this is.
Very cute.
3 temporary hit points basically that'll be depleted
Oh, okay.
before your actual
Sorry, I
HP
rolled really
go.
bad.
It does. Okay. And then do you stay or do you start taking off back towards town?
I
know, right?
don't
Don't
want
forget your
I don't want
sanity.
people to die. And like, I'm not necessarily opposed to barbecuing the Reverend, so I'm gonna start running.
Don't forget your sanity roll there, Wendy.
Oh yeah, because I used. Okay, fine.
Magic costs mental power.
Stuff. Crap. It's because I haven't
I
used
have
it.
to go crazy. Someone else has to go crazy too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Is
Oh,
that
there's
2d6
only one
that
of
I
me?
roll? Or just the one?
It is
It's
a
like 1d4.
D4 sanity. Yep.
Okay.
So luckily it's not enough to kick you. Oh, 4. As you use this necklace, right? You feel very happy about this, like this feeling of power that you were able to kind of embrace and put around Murphy, and it feels very natural, and it makes you wonder for a second just how much more good you can do, right? Not just with things you've acquired, but things within your very self as you reflect back to that locked and sealed chest deep in your mind, right? And I think your thoughts kind of linger on that for a while, bringing it to the forefront of your brain. That would be a great time for a wealth of power, but no temporary insanity.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Cecil.
Yeah.
You are running, right? You're back towards the community area. Like you can see people just marching into this church, which is now just very much on fire. The bucket brigade is all but disbanded. The Reverend is just there humming this hymn, and the others are kind of joining him in this weird psychic trance that he's trying to put people into. What do you do?
He's so you see this like blonde-haired like man, like a bit of red in his, dashing as quickly as he can. Walks like runs by the whatever place is right next to the barber's. You see, I think the door looking outside. There's a man. There's a book. Suddenly, there's no book. Ken. He's like swipes up the book and starts like beelining the Reverend, trying to think of like he has natural magic, but it's a lot more subtle than the stuff that Oliver. I can't throw him around like a thing. I don't know if hypnotism.
Just so you're aware, you are cutting in and out a bit. I don't want to miss your
I'm
dialogue.
sorry. He's trying to figure out. He picks up the book. You get that bit?
Yeah.
Beelines toward the Reverend, and he's thinking about how subtle his magic is compared to Oliver's. And he's like, I could try hypnotism again, and he tries to think is like, if he's controlling all of them, if I control him, can he control all of them out of it? And I apologize, I'm getting sirens nearby. So, is that a thing that Cecil might be able to do? Control the Reverend to make everybody leave? Because he doesn't think he can, like, save everybody, and he also doesn't know if he can, like, do the same thing the Reverend is doing.
All right. This is absolutely a good moment to have this roll, right? I'm going to tell you in advance, like, just power v power again, right?
Yeah.
As you get into it. do me a favor. Roll a. Well, we'll get into caveats in a second. I'm going to tell you ahead of time right now. The Reverend has a power of 120. Okay.
Not me.
Woo!
So let's roll and see where this goes.
Okay. So, all right, let's give it a shot.
Okay, that is a great success for the Reverend.
Ugh. Okay. All right. For me,
Ugh. That was just very good.
that is not. That is a worse success. That is a fail on my end.
All right,
Um,
these are some good moments to end on, actually, I think. Now, would you like to push your luck?
Oh.
So, if I push my luck, I have to get lower than a great success, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Ah.
Right now, you failed and it did not work. If you'd like to push your luck, the consequences could be
Consequences.
dope as hell.
Could be dope as hell.
By dope means bad for you.
Could be cool.
Oh.
No.
Um,
Never the case.
see if there's anything else I have. I have a gun. I can fucking shoot him in the face. I mean, that's
So uncivilized.
it would be.
We speed run in
But I
Alabama.
mean,
Just a speed run. Get in, get out.
Just
yeah, just
you absolutely can.
Indiana Jones this shit, Joe.
You can shoot him in the face. That is an option. Like
all right. He
Do that.
to put the
Yeah.
stakes on the table. Like there are a bunch of innocent, potentially people who have been magically coerced into going into a church that is burning to the ground, and this will
Yeah.
kill them.
Do it for Albert.
Right?
all right. He like rings up his like, and his eyes kind of like he almost feels like a mental punch away, and he just like puts out his shotgun.
He looks at you, and as you try to like mentally connect with him, and he just goes, "No power here. You're not righteous like me. What? How dare you think that you have the ability to step to a pious individual, me, gifted with the power of the very gods themselves? You're nothing. There's nothing you can do in this situation to stop me. Because I am the Lord's chosen one, and you are in my way!"
He just like kind of shudders, and then he's like, "I'm so sorry, lad. You're right." He takes out his shotgun, and he's like, "I didn't pay attention in church. I was reading fairy tales."
His eyes go wide like, "A gun? You can't bring a gun to a psychic magic fight. What the fuck?" Go ahead, roll.
I didn't read the rules. So, and I will. May I fire?
Go for it.
Alrighty. Give it a shot.
So,
Do it.
fucking wild.
That might still be okay. I'm looking for. Yeah, that's a regular success.
Roll
Barely.
damage. He's not in a position to dodge. It takes a lot of energy to maintain this type of psychic hold on people.
46.
Yeah, and quite frank, oh my god.
I can't see the other one.
It's a 13 total.
13.
Good shot.
Does it break his concentration?
Jeez. You can't see all this. This is important. There we go. What is it? He's got 13 HP exactly.
No.
So,
We speed ran Alabama.
so
We really did.
you blast him literally in the face. Like he advances on you. You feel that psychic tremor. You feel him just preparing to like literally just invade your mind and push you into the church. You can actually see flashes of fire and power and a couple other strange images that you can roll Cthulhu mythos on afterwards that confound and disturb you as you get an uncomfortable glimpse of the source of where all this magic is coming from. And then you rack that shotgun and blow his face off. And immediately those images are ripped from your head. Like they just dissipate, and you have your free conscious thought back. You feel that weird humming energy around you drop as his face is just gone, and from the neck up is nothing, and he just lands on 2 knees and falls, well, not face first, into the ground. Right.
First.
At which point you can hear in the church people going, "Oh my god, this building's on fire! Why are we in here?" And people start like screaming and trying to run out. Interesting. I believe Murphy's next. Murphy, you hear gunshots start to ring out from the area of the church. Or rather, one single definitive gunshot.
Concerned. But also, how's the professor doing?
He's still mad as hell. That face. That face says it all. The professor's gone from trying to kill Evelyn to just like threatening you.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen. I do want to try and get the weapon away from him. I don't want to compromise the hold that I have, but if there's a way I can like get it out,
this becomes a combat maneuver. I'll say that is going to be unarmed for you, Kelly, and then Oliver. How would you like to defend with this? It can either be with your knife skill or with strength. One will cause damage if you succeed, the knife skill. Strength will just be keeping your grip on it.
I am not thinking that there's conscious thought here. The way I sort of envision Oliver having behaved throughout all this is like once he snapped, like he has not changed his focus one bit. There's not been screaming, "I'm going to kill you," yada yada. There's not been anything other than just complete focus. Like his eyes, like the surface of his eyes are cloudy because they are covered in dust because he has not blinked while running the length of this town.
I apologize for my description. Yours is way more way more intense. Yeah. Go ahead and roll strength, and go ahead and roll strength against Kelly's unarmed.
Sure. 66. I mean, that's within the thing, but oh no, it's not. Never mind. That's a fail. I'm not that strong.
Do you succeed, Kelly?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to, in like an odd like dance around maneuver, twist his wrist enough that he finally, the grip just loosens, right? The reason why it took you so long before was like he just, no matter what kind of rotation you would do, wouldn't let go, and you didn't want to like start breaking his hand or fingers or anything like that. You finally got that one point of leverage where you just push the straight razor out of his hand and it just bunks onto the ground, and you're just like, holy shit. And you can breathe a little easier. Do you want to take a second move?
If I can drag him and I could stand on top of the razor. Like put my weight on it, break it, whatever, like just so he can't get to it. So if he breaks away from me, that
I think it makes
he
sense.
Doesn't have a literal knife.
Yeah, you can't like
a gun on him? What? Wait a minute.
Y'all are packing like a crazy amount of firepower. This is personal.
and I'm also an evil wizard, so if I
True.
He could just be like hulking you around with magic, but we're here. So
right.
Everyone's bringing crazy weapons to these other fights.
It's just me with my fists.
Yeah, but
magic fist.
That's true. I think you managed to maneuver around a bit. You can definitely like get your foot on the razor, straight razor itself, and like readjust your hold, right? Oliver, the rage is starting to fade. Your conscious and rational mind manages to break through that haze and is starting to ask a lot of questions and starting to try to reassess the situation and figure out what's gone wrong here. Roll a sanity check for me, please, at advantage. All right, that looks successful.
Yep.
Okay.
First one.
Cool. There are still lingering thoughts of just hatred, rage, anger, and focus, but you, Oliver, have actually managed to stuff those back into a little box in the corner of your mind, and the professor is now re-emerging, and you feel like you have control over your cognitive functions again.
Yeah, so Oliver is going to, as best he can, just kind of go limp in Kelly's grasp, and then probably start to like shake a little bit because the adrenaline and like just exertion sort of kick in, and he is a paunchy 46-year-old man who just ran a whole town, at a dead sprint. So suddenly there's some hormonal things going on there besides just rage.
Cool. Yeah, you start to kind of sink down. Murph, you feel this change.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna kind of just like pat him on the chest and kind of be like, "It's okay. It's all right." Just let him maybe like help him to the ground, like just slowly.
Yeah.
Let him get his bearings.
Hey.
Just
All right.
getting there.
Okay. Head pat.
Is Evelyn still there?
I'm gonna give her one more roll to see if she woke up. Nope. I think the three of you were just like sitting on the train station platform,
breathing
heavily, trying to sort yourselves out. What I'm gonna do is there's still some stuff happening, right? So I'm gonna narrate us out because we're a little past time. I'm gonna pick up kind of in the middle of this session, right? So Wendy and Cecil, you see the church goers now running out of this burning church. You can see Rosemary, you can see Delbert, you can see Lloyd and what looks like his dad has picked him up and is like running out of the building. Both looking very concerned about the fact that they were just chilling in a church that was on fire. But they get each other out, and the church just continues to burn and crackle, and you can feel the heat just radiating off of this enormous building. Right? You can just like see the embers going up into the air, even in the midday sky. Like they just burn little tracers and silhouettes as they go from the intensity of this fire. No one can stop it, but it's fortunately not close enough to any other buildings that it's not going to spread. And a lot of people just sit and watch and murmur and in confusion and disbelief. And some people cry, some people hug each other as this church burns to the ground. The roof collapses in, the walls start to go down over the rest of this encounter and this situation. Cecil and Wendy, what are you doing while all this is happening, right? People are starting to like tend to each other's wounds and like no one's seriously hurt. Obviously the Reverend is very dead, but most everyone else got away unscathed. Maybe some minor burns and smoke inhalation, right?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I think if there's still like water in buckets anywhere near around, like, helping people like catch their breath and like like give them sips of water and maybe like helping Rosemary and Delbert like shuttle people back to the hotel, like a place where they can sit and recuperate a little bit. And like keeping my eye on like Cecil for being like nobody saw that, right? Like nobody, we okay? Like anybody clock that you were the one that hit him in the face? Like
nobody seems to remember it.
Yeah, like I'm being helpful, but also just sort of being like, do definitely not a murderer. It's fine. Yeah.
Cecil like nods and like it is basically like no one remembers.
Okay. Go find the professor, maybe? He was in a bad way.
Hey. And like he like kind of like checks to make sure he has the grimoire. And like helps her lead people back to like the hotel and does not go in and continues to kind of like walk the professor, our prize fighter, and this evil witch, and make sure that like she's still out, but also check, and he's a little surprised to see that everybody's just out of breath and like no one seems to be hurt. But
yeah, how's Albert doing?
He's not great, but again, he'll survive. You patched up his wounds enough that he's probably going to take the next train to Oklahoma City to go to a real hospital, but he will live. Right? As you are all on this train and platform, catching your breath, kind of catching each other up on this situation, the embers that keep flying up into that, late afternoon blue sky now, have started to taint the actual light around you. And this weird reddish haze from the fire and the smoke starts to fall over the town. And you realize that that can't possibly be from the fire. That's not how any of that works. And in the background, far beyond the town, way south of the train station as you're looking in that direction, you see a bolt of red lightning strike somewhere in the distance. And Cecil and Wendy, you both hear a voice that says, I am the chosen one of Yig. You will not stop me that easily. And you will not take from me what is mine. And then the last thing, before we close this session. Wendy, please roll power as you feel a psychic force reach into your mind and attempt to rip open that box that is in your deep in your soul. Rip it open, rip it from you, steal those contents, and take it entirely.
Okay, that's a success, a normal success.
Excellent. We'll pick up there next time. As you feel something attempt to rob you of your power.
Cool.
Sweet. Yeah. So that is the first half of Alabama.
Speed run.
Yeah, speed running for sure. Taking down Reverend Cornfield real quick with that shotgun blast. Unfortunately,
fuck around and find out.
Yeah, as you can see in the chat, they may have called something with this is even my final form. Again, all in the book, right? I'm not making shit up just to elongate the chapters. So there's a little more to Alabama than meets the eye. But you definitely had a good start, and you definitely kept a lot of people from dying, which is a very good move.
we get bonus. You calculate it at the end. I think you were saying like
you do. You will actually, yeah. there is a metric for bonuses you get from saving people in this chapter.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Well done there. Those will be doled out at the end because they could still all die.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
That felt like, yep, that was a maybe. Yeah.
Very intense back and forth, but well done. So with that, I will do a couple quick shout outs and then we're going to call it a night since we're a little over time. But yeah, thank you all for watching. This is for the Surfrider Foundation as we continue our playthrough of Two-Headed Serpent. Next time we come back, we'll figure out the dates and put it on the calendar because holiday season's going to get a little weird. But we'll be back for the second half of this adventure and then the back end of this campaign where it's going to be a lot of high octane nonsense all the way to the end at this point. We're getting there. So if you like what you see, do us a favor, follow the channel, please, right? It helps. If you super like it, please donate to Surfrider. That's an awesome charity. It deserves money, time, and attention, right? Because ocean conservation is a huge deal. It's a cause really worth investing in, right? But we've got other stuff going on. If you can't do that, there's plenty of stuff happening in Discord, which there's our Discord link if you want to jump into the community. We do movie nights, we do game nights, and we also just vibe, hang out, talk about a bunch of shenanigans and just our general nerds, right? Like we do. So with that said, thank you all for hanging out for us. Does anybody have any parting thoughts or comments?
I love our team, even when we're working against each other. Everybody's so good at just kind of holding true to their characters and to the game master, like letting us fuck around and find out, and also letting the dice kind of help tell the story too.
Oh man, yes.
I'm so excited we have this dice roller now because it's a game changer. It really builds the suspense, I think, on a whole new level.
Don't do magic, kids.
Don't do magic.
Don't do magic. Just
There are consequences.
be chill and do drugs instead. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stick to good, clean hypnotism. You don't have to. You don't lose sanity.
And knife
Oh
fighting.
my god.
Just
Shotgun.
nice place.
Did you have something, Vicky?
Just Happy New Year, everybody. We will see you because our next session is post New Year's, so
That's
2020
No
coming
one's-
up.
No one said it yet, so I feel obligated. We'll see you next year. All right.
Okay. Merry Christmas if you celebrate Christmas, and
Happy Yuletide if you don't.
Yeah.
yeah.
Happy holidays all around. I hope you have a good time with your friends and family, found or others, right? But rock on. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye.